Welcome to a spot of backlog clearance and other unfinished business in Mario Maker 2 in this brief interlude that we have between finishing Fire Emblem last week and continuing on to Tears of the Kingdom later this week. Let's hope that when we do some platforming levels today that we do a bit better than we were attempting the same thing with puzzle levels yesterday, when I only cleared one puzzle and was very thoroughly humbled by everything else we tried. We are incredibly out of practice with this game, but in spite of that, we're going to continue on to this relatively recent upload by an old friend of the stream and an excellent maker, Supernova, who recently made a Twitch affiliate on his channel after having qualified for that for at least a year or two before he finally decided to flip the switch. So here he is with Saturn V Koopas, dedicated to my awesome community. Your support is out of this world. Well, let's see how it goes. And again, hopefully we remember how to run and jump. This isn't by any means a given, and that's why they call it Saturn V Koopas, because... Okay, so he's got a launcher and a spike ball that is a shell killer. We'll just have to work on our jump timing. Supernova. Speak of the Supernova. Look at that. If you go immediately, of course the timing lines up wonderfully. If you just rush upon entry. Lurking and setting up a desk. Well, enjoy your new desk. I don't know if it's a new design for your streaming layout or some other form of productivity, but either way I hope it goes well. Anyway, arrows point right, that's of course means we're going left. Let's watch the timing here. Well, this shell looks awfully suspicious. We can't kick it just yet, but... yeah, it's because that's actually the Koopa killer. The role previously filled by a spike ball. Oh, here's a little donut block trick, I'm sure. We should have seen that coming. Given that I did remember that place in the layout. You know what? This totally looks like it's something reachable over in the top right. Let's take a look. Yeah, there's no way we're passing this. Oh, I see. This is just meant to bump you, I guess. Well, now we know. Okay, so it looks like we actually did need the donut to be down in this position in order to activate the thwomp, if I'm understanding this correctly. And we'll see how that looks when we get there. But so it was correct to ride a donut block all the way down here. Because if I'm not mistaken, there's no launcher that's active yet. In order to activate the launcher, we get a thwomp too and bump things into place. Oops, no, too soon. Let's actually activate the donut block first. That might be a little more clever than whatever it was we were doing. Okay, I understand the general flow of this, though, I'm pretty sure. And you know, it lines up quite nicely, timing-wise, in terms of having everything... I thought I was going to have a landing right beside a one-way panel, and of course I just missed. In terms of the timing, just kind of working out when you approach the second Koopa. As long as you proceed at a somewhat leisurely pace. See? Lines up right as you get there. Very delicately timed. We're still a little slow in a drop. It is clearly a thwomp drop that's followed by a change in that conveyor belt layout. I haven't taken a very close look at the contraption yet, but... yeah, if the thwomp gets out of the way, then I suppose that will activate the Koopa launcher and make it available. If the thwomp is going down, I'm not exactly clear on what it is that will prevent it from coming up just yet, but we'll see how that works when we get to it. We do have to get to it first. Whoops. Maybe a little more cautiously than we've been doing so far. There we go. That was a slip off the corner again just before I was about to hit the jump button. We'll make that eventually, I'm sure, but we need to relearn how to play this game first. Amazing how rusty I can be after just a little time away. Whoops. I keep slipping off the corner. Yeah, because I'm kind of rushing myself to get to the donut block in time. We don't need to push quite so hard. Falling off that ledge is a bit of a poor estimate on my part when it comes to falling down towards that location from the one-way panels above. In terms of... That's the other thing too, is that because you have the 3 one-way panels that are lined up above and the 2 one-way panels below, I always make a bit of a poor estimate as to what my landing location is going to be, just from a rather limited visual memory of the column that we're falling down. I guess you have a pretty clear view of it here, that as long as you're not falling down the rightmost one-way panel, you should be okay. If you fall, in fact, towards the middle panel, that's a safe landing. We should have scouted that out in advance to determine that, because it makes it a lot easier for me to race over to the donut block if I have a better idea of where I'm going. Whoops, still a little bit slow there. Bags that contain different components aren't labeled. Oh, you mean with the desk that you're assembling? Or was something else completely? Yeah, I've got to build a new setup later this year as well. I'm going to be moving again, likely, so... There we go, finally. Okay. Anyway, Koopa's just going to float here, since it's going to die slowly, and then... Oh, okay, so you actually need to activate a completely new one, because the thwomp does return to its original position. I was wondering, I wonder if something in the contraption actually traps the thwomp in place and creates a permanent launcher. The answer is no. The answer is that you get 1 thwomp, 1 Koopa. You just need to be fairly quick about it. I'm just racing back before the Koopa is permanently sunk. Alright, now we understand. Skull and then knocking out the Pokey, probably because of some kind of squish that will happen with that. I'm not exactly sure. Let's see what happens. Ah, I see Koopa, and then you go off the Koopa. I probably should have discerned that from the note block placement, but first time for everything, so we'll try it again. Yeah, nice slow jump over here. That's working a lot better now that we actually know where to aim. Plenty of time on that Koopa, in fact. Then, oh, whoops. Yeah, we'll mop the Pokey, and then we'll have another Koopa available shortly for the next launch. So we'll just go back to that in a moment. Whoops. Keep thinking I'll just fall in nice and close to the ledge, but that has been a consistently unwise idea. Did I even check the yellow pipe at the start? I don't think I did. We'll see what that is all about when we get there. Close call, but we made it. Okay. Camera was a bit of a thrill there, but why did we want to jump onto Goomba? Because killing the Goomba would probably release an entity allowing a Koopa to spawn in the next location. That looks like it's probably it. This pipe is nothing, at least not right now. It's just part of the launchpad design, I suppose. Yeah, because we should have known from the Pokey that something is entity limited here, I think. And so stomping the Goomba as directed would have been a good idea if we wanted to prepare the next launcher, so far as I can tell. Because it does look like that is the trigger that we're looking for. And I'm correct. Which probably means that these are all going to be required stomps in some fashion. We should have read the position of the note block. That actually was a pretty visible clue that I wasn't looking for. And down we go. Timing works out pretty nicely once you get used to it. And everything's sort of taking place within the column width that you need for things to spawn in and stay spawned at the right times. Too close to the spike there. I mean, you are supposed to go down and then off to the Koopa, but we do still have to stay alive for as long as possible before the timing is fully worked out. So, back we go. And back we go. Okay. Despite the camera popping up, that spacing is feeling a bit more comfortable. Whoa. Should have watched out for that as soon as I stomped the Goomba, since I think we have established at this point that releasing the entity limit is the trigger. All indications seem to be pointing that way anyway. Which I suppose is why we also have this very convenient number of one-way panels that is dotted throughout the layout just to fill up space in just the right quantities in a way that's also fairly well disguised as an organic part of the layout. Whoops, came in a bit low. Oops, this way. Yeah, there's quite a bit of subtlety to the spacing here too. It's, whoops, some of the early triggers like the leftmost one here working at a range that will not interfere with any of the entity limit that's going to go on. In terms of filling the budget further to the right into level, so quite a bit of subtle trickery here to space things out before the next launching mechanism becomes relevant. Okay, we want to gain as much time as we can. That doesn't look like nearly as much time as I need. So I wonder about that, because it seems like the Koopa is coming out quite late, and I wonder if there's a way to improve that. In terms of when we trigger its release. We'll just have to go back and see. Nice high jumps will definitely be one of the essential ingredients here. We're just trying to get out of there in time, but no launching yet, so far as I can see, so we do have to work out that timing. I mean, nothing to it other than staying alive for as long as possible after eliminating the last enemy in that location. That's all we can do for ourselves to make that work. Alright, over we go. Nope. We saw that coming. Anyway, let's grab this. Galaxy music is extremely appropriate for this level, that goes without saying. Gusty Garden Galaxy, of course, most recently appeared in the end credits of the Super Mario Brothers movie from Illumination Entertainment, despite it having absolutely no pertinence to anything else that goes on in the film. But it is Gusty Garden Galaxy, and it is, I think, one of the few tracks in the later history of the Mario series that was really just an instant classic from the moment it was heard. Now a staple endgame motif of the entire 3D series. Certainly couldn't have asked for one better. Okay, we still don't know what's going on with the timing here. Maybe I need to go... I see what it is. It's going to be platform first and then Koopa. That's the adjustment. Because the entity limit should really be released right away because it's a red pipe spawn with a Koopa. And so the thing that's actually blocking the pipe right now is the blue platform, which is why the blue platform must be released first before the stomp on the Koopa. Yep. That's the adjustment. And that's why it wasn't working up to that point. We should have paid attention to that and noticed that much earlier, but timing-wise, then makes a lot more sense. You'll notice that some of the earlier timings are using yellow pipes rather than red. A lot of minute adjustments here to give the player a little bit of leeway, depending on when they are expected to get the last kill before the next Koopa launch. So, as always, a lot of subtle timing adjustments that make this work. Falling off the middle here, by the way, instead of jumping, actually does work really well once you have the timing down. Looks a lot better, in fact, much more comfortable. Okay, so it's going to be blue platform first, stomp, and then double over there. This looks like a reset. This looks very conspicuously like a reset, so we'll see what that's all about and whether there's going to be something irreversible that happens here. Nothing yet we can do with a spike here, but I suppose this will eventually be a shell dispenser. So we'll see. Looks like this is going to be a launch that we can't do until we have the helmet, because the helmet will be required to push through the piranhas. Which means likely we'll need to lower the thwomp. And then the thwomp has to release every time in order to give me the next Koopa. We know that from recognizing the setup from one of the earliest jumps in the level. The one right about here. Yeah, falling in, as long as we fall accurately, works a whole lot better. And forward we go. No, my mistake. I knew I was supposed to go for the blue platform first. It is so tempting, though, every time to just go directly into the jump. Old habits. So we know that one Thwomp Stomp is just going to do one Koopa release. That's just how it's going to be matched. Everything else is going to feel quite smooth once you get accustomed to it. Platform first, and let's not miss. In fact, it is not entity-based. You don't need to kill the Goomba at all. It's just there to sustain your jump. The blue platform is the only thing that you need there, since you've already done 2 Goomba stomps up to that point, and since everything in that zone is going to be apparently budgeted a bit differently anyway, so it is not entity dependent. It's purely about removing the obstruction from the pipe. Whoops. That's alright, we'll be back there soon enough then. And up we go. Blue platform first, then this guy, then this guy. Bullet down. And then, do we kick the shell? It looks like we have to. Oh, and then we follow it over. I see, and then we catch it over here. That makes a lot of sense. Now then, why is there a reset door then? That we haven't determined yet. Unless it looks like there's something that is a destructible process that, whoops, a bit low on the jump. Yeah, don't know why the reset door is necessary, but maybe it's something that we just haven't broken yet, that I may eventually, because that's just how I play. There we go. Very nice. And then we can kick that up because, yeah, that's in case you take some kind of freak damage, I guess. And then this will work as a bit of a final check. Okay. That is a checkpoint. You put one in case the game janked somehow, and it did end up janking on someone else's stream, yeah. I was definitely wondering what the risk factor was and whether I could trigger that, but we're through it, so... nope. Missed a question block. I saw it too late. It was a despawning issue, which makes 0 sense given the space available. Huh, curious. Yeah, better to have that if the debug couldn't quite catch everything that was going on with that particular space. Why did I hit this in the first place? This is just a scouting location, isn't it? To let you know what's coming. Okay, pretty smooth actually to play that part blind. Okay, looks like we'll need an on-off. Then why would that release this pokey down below? What are we expecting to happen here? When we release the snake block, there's going to be a shell launch that happens from the note block, and it's going to spring a shell over to the right. You got to see it. I see, and then you have to jump over to Pokey, hit the on-off switch, and then probably go back somehow. We'll see. I probably should have puzzled that up properly before triggering it, because there is, for the most part, enough information to estimate what's going to happen with the shell launch. We knew there was going to be the shell launch, but the exact nature of where to jump was Still a little bit of a mystery, so... Yeah, so I think it was releases. Then why did we go for that? It looks like the Koopa is placed in that middle position because you would still be able to take it upstairs. You jump back towards it, but I'm not completely clear on that yet. It is kind of in that middle spot between one-way panels that looks very accessible, so we'll have to determine soon enough if that's the case, or whether we continue to the right. Yeah, interesting doubling of the Koopa there in both its winged and flightless form. No, that's actually fine. That was correct. I just shouldn't have fallen back in. You do in fact bop the shell and then do a shell kick, and so if you miss the shell at that point, you're likely to be dead. So you do continue heading to the right, but the shell kick is what gets you through to Piranha, which is a pretty interesting use of the shell that was, up to this point, unforeseen. Like I was saying, nice little doubling with the shell with and without wings, except, of course, we shouldn't miss the on-off switch on the way up. Oops. Missing jumps that are fairly straightforward is always going to be a bit of a hindrance, so let's not do that. Okay. You have to go a little bit faster. It is necessary to get the shell while you're still able to get a reclaim style bounce on it, I guess, but let's see if we can make that happen intuitively. There we go. That is correct. And then we'll eventually do something here. This looks like another scouting location, just in case we want to see what's happening. Let's read it. You go over to the snake block. I guess we probably do have to take the snake block before we jump on top of the blaster, because that gets you within Thwomp range. Thwomp will launch a Koopa. You go blaster to Koopa to blue platform. That little protrusion over there with a box around it, I wonder if that is going to be a block that gets hit, given that that's what a lot of box indications will be. You do need to break this location at some point, probably with some kind of shell kick, in order to release another Koopa that's going to come up this shaft. So it's going to be blue platform. You go around a one-way panel, over top of a Koopa jump, probably back on the one-way panel. Not one-way panel, back onto the blue platform, and then continue from there. We'll see how it looks. A lot of different launching points we'll just need to see on the fly. A little bit late there for me. Took too long getting out of there once we activated the Thwomp, even though it did know, of course, that a shell intuitively would be coming. Okay. It's a pretty smooth timing once you get used to it. Unless you just decide to go for it. Nope, too late. Again. Although maybe... Actually, no, I get it now. I get it now. You don't jump on top of the Koopa. You jump towards the blue platform. The Koopa goes above the point where there is the box marker. And that allows you to give yourself a usable shell, which is then the shell that you're going to kick over to the second launching shaft. So that does make a fair bit of sense. Alright, down we go. And back up. But it does mean that you still need to get on top of the launcher before the snake block drops it. As long as it's starting with its original height, things will line up properly to have enough height to move up to the blue platform, but the snake block is the time constraint, so... Oops, oh no, too late. Nice way to do a bit of death control over there with the green snake block. In terms of any kind of lock prevention and just killing the player quickly while giving the player enough time to understand what to do differently. Very satisfying when you do see that whole interaction. It's actually remarkable to me that that is as visible as it is, because, you know... Oh, did we not launch... Oh, we didn't get close enough to activate the thwomp. I thought I picked up the coin and the thwomp never went. But now you see how the rest of that interaction is supposed to go. Okay. Let's continue. Okay. Over here, and then... And we're supposed to kick that, but then what? It doesn't look like I'm anywhere near the next platform if I kick it, so... Unless I kick it and then I hit it on the rebound. Like I land on it on the rebound. So maybe that's the case. We'll see. Again, it's tricky to signal any of these things, and it's... Oh, no, missed a thwomp. Remarkable that any of it works as well as it does. Yeah, no, it is going to be the rebound, because we were thinking about how the shell is going to be used to get rid of the brick for the next launching shaft. But it also provides me the jumping platform to continue, so we'll keep that in mind as we get back to it. Alright, up we go. And that's correct, but we didn't land accurately. Because that'll take me up to the blue platform after opening up the next launcher. Very complicated timing, but it should work. Mecha, didn't expect that. Alright, and you jump back on that platform. That was a lot of different things to read at once, so for the first time there, we could perhaps be forgiven for only parsing some of it, and actually made it pretty far considering how much lag time from thinking about things for the first time we did have to encounter there, like seeing the mecha pop up was a bit of a change of pace, change of Koopa. Anyway, up we go. Kick and up. Nope. little bit out of alignment. As long as we're kind of dead center on his spikes, we should be okay. Oh, that was a total miss. Not our proudest moment, perhaps. But in general, the timing and spacing there is going to be pretty cooperative, so nothing to worry about. Whoa, come on, let's not miss every shot. Okay, there we go. And then there are these little pockets of space here where they're basically rest stops where the next trigger is essentially going to be player activated. The neat little thing with using the mecha there, of course, is the electric guitar effect. Add a tiny embellishment to all the proceedings there. And then we're going to go up and forward. Next, we will be here. Actually activating the swamp this time is going to be rather important. Kicking the Koopa shell in the correct direction might also be rather critical. First time we've done that, we were actually maybe slightly early on the timing relative to what I was aiming for previously. And yeah, every time I'm watching the Koopa pretty carefully to see where the rebound is going to be, but we haven't quite sorted out a consistent landing there yet. We'll get it, but it does require a pretty quick reaction time if we had to make some final adjustments when we approach that location. There we go, much better. I see. I was thinking the arrow was mainly telling me that that's going to be the return point for the blue platform, but I didn't think about the Koopa being made available in that location, because from my field of vision there, it wasn't quite obvious, although I guess that's why the scouting vine exists, so you could, in fact, predict a couple of movements like that if you were really attentive. Okay, it's going a lot smoother. Almost. Momentum control there could have used a bit of work. It's finding the right pocket of timing to land on that Koopa. We might have gone a bit early, in fact. I mean, the Koopa is going to float briefly and landing in that location, so maybe the timing isn't as tight as I had instinctively assumed. Yeah, a bit of a lower jump there actually helps quite a bit. Yeah, a bit of a more relaxed timing there helps. And I believe that's probably going to take me to checkpoint 2 if I were to assume. Or something close to it. Okay, not quite, but get there soon, perhaps. We never complain about that sort of thing anyway, so... Interesting. That's... What's the point at which the switch is activated? Let's just take a look at this. Okay. Don't actually see the trigger, but... Let's come up here as well, just to see what's going on. Alright. Now, why would we want to hit that? Koopa dies over here. I think we're trying to... Well, let's see what's going on. We're trying to bop it here, and that'll give me the shell. Why would that be useful? We're about to find out. Yeah, we're slightly slow, but I think that's clearly what the brick is for. Interesting. And if we come down here, what gets activated by that? Oh, releases that. Okay. That's interesting. And then you would take that upstairs. Yeah. Whoops. No, it's a long way back, but we'll make it. It's not a long way back. We're just, well, I mean, we are back here, but... This is not too difficult to sort out, so... Nope, nope, too late. Mang, welcome. Hope you're doing well today. Oops. We are seeing today if my platforming is anywhere as rusty as my puzzle solving, because yesterday did not go well. But that's why we need an occasional reminder to practice this game a little more often. So there we go. Oh, whoops. Total miss there, even though the coin was giving me a pretty clear expectation of what the destination would be. Over we go. And forward. And then over here, and then this one again can be a little more relaxed. No need to rush that one. And then this interaction we do know now. We do need to be a bit quicker on the trigger here, which is why it's nice that this level is as relaxed as it is. We'll send the shell down here. We put, and up we go. Very complicated room there for just a couple of jumps, but it worked out quite nicely. Alright, here's a twist now as we get into SMB2 for Zone Test Checkpoint 2. We'll see what that amounts to. Probably that we can just ride the Koopa straight up. I mean, that's what the consequence should be. So we release this. It's not even a Koopa, it's a dry bone shell, okay. But yeah, we'll have to ride it up all the way. Now we know. No, I mean, one-way panel there caught me again. I guess we probably won't be able to catch the dry bone shell on the way up, and that we would want to maybe wait for it to come down and then Or actually, no, yes we can. We can totally do it. A little bit slow there on the uptake. If we hadn't hesitated, we would be able to just ride everything upwards from this point. Yeah, because as soon as you trigger the icicle, you can go. Yeah. Obviously, we do want to watch their camera positioning a little bit. And not get too surprised by the on-off switch being offset slightly to the right. The coins, of course, are partly there to signal that. Now, wait a minute. We needed to send kind of... We need to send a projectile like a shell over to that bomb point on the right side. I didn't see that. I knew we had to keep our eyes peeled for some kind of on-off interaction at the moment, but didn't really see what it was going to be. We have room to go up at this point, right? Like up to the snake block if we do some kind of crouch. I think we're actually supposed to pick up the shell, then, and throw it. I mean, that looks correct. It's just that we need to do the really timing a little bit better. Very nice of this Muncher Crush to give me the instant reset as well. Yeah, I believe that the Blue Skull platform allows me to do the shell pickup. That's how it's going to go. Very nice, in fact. We need to be a little bit faster there in order to get over to the Koopa in time. But again, that was just a bit of a death to the first reading as we sorted out what was going to happen. But the shell pickup is... very neat little moment there. It's actually all the more satisfying because it's not immediately indicated, but rather something that you do need to figure out. Oh, well, let's not miss though. I mean, if you have a concept like this, of course you're going to have a vertical climb section. Why wouldn't you? Oh, no. Yeah, at this point we need to pick up the red Koopa again, take it on top of the bone shell, and throw it towards the POW. That seems to be it. When in doubt, pick up the red Koopas. In fact, that's probably why it's using dry bones for much of this level, is that the purpose of the dry bones is to tell you, no, you can't pick this up. But everything else we should actually pick up when we're able. And we're a little bit slow on the cannonball there. And on the launcher, so. A bit of timing to clean up there. I think I'm just slow. It certainly looks like it. Whoops. A little bit slow there too, as everything just plummets. Oops. Luckily, this timing over here is just player dependent. There are certainly some points at which the player is going to trigger the next sequence, and so we don't need to worry too much about timing. Once you recognize where those little rest pockets are. No, wrong way. Let's try to throw right and aim left, but we all saw how that went. Whoa, icicle. Let's not actually forget the icicle. That was a little bit thoughtless. Okay, icicle, and forward. Alright. Nope, missed. We need to be a little faster about that and have better aim, and then the timing we need to watch for there is that we need to get on top of the cannonball before it goes up too high. It's a little bit hard to see, but we know what interaction to look for now. You need to react to a lot of moving parts pretty dynamically here, even if you do know what's coming. There we go. We were a little bit slow there. I mean, the arrows seem to tell me that you should get off the cannonball and on to the bone shell right away. Since the cannonball was rideable with SMB2, I didn't instinctively think about that as a column that we should be leaving immediately. But now we know. Yeah, no need to have that much lag time either. Okay, that's fine. Except we needed to throw something here. And I didn't know what that was. Cannonball, probably. By the looks of it, since we had a very substantial opportunity to pick it up. Yeah, when in doubt, if you can pick up a projectile, pick up a projectile. We'll need it. Nope, that's a miss. What was I even supposed to hit with that then? There's a throw marker here. I mean, you're supposed to kill the Buzzy. I think that's actually fairly obvious. I didn't think about the throw trajectory there though, so... We'll go back there and we'll see what we can do with it. Whoops, too soon. Alright, let's take this. Nope, not enough momentum. Let's just take the hit and try again. Let's not forget the icicle. Seems like there's going to be a certain percentage of deaths that is always going to look roughly like that. Oops, no, wrong way. Okay, icicle, and up. It felt reasonably smooth. Nope, too late. Had to do everything there in one fairly smooth motion. Nope, once again. I was trying to throw and then back out of it, and that has not been going well. Pushing buttons in the right order between your two hands. Rather essential video game skill. We've not exactly shown off very admirably here. Okay. Through the door we go, and what is this? Got a bounce pad here that looks like something's going to be launched out of it. We've got a block here that looks like it's probably going to be a location to kill a shell that gets bounced from here if the trajectory actually makes sense whatsoever. Oh, whoops, okay, I guess we're going. Ah, reset point, very gentle. Can I take another hit and just fool around down there for a moment? The slope looks like it says no, and the vine also says no. Right, because this is just a reset line. Very convenient. Very fancy. So it's going to go back and forth. Let's see what happens with that then. Oh, you had to go... Okay, yeah, back up. Let's see. I see. So you actually want to run yourself into the bounce to give yourself some momentum to get over here right away. Heads to reset doors, which you'll necessarily need to take afterwards. Okay. I probably should have picked it up. And you kind of pick it up as you're riding in the middle, because then you find yourself situated next to the POW. Instead of coming up here to, once again, the reset point. I like that this is gentle enough that it gives you a couple opportunities to figure it out piece by piece. While giving you a bit of puzzle platforming that is still going to require you to work out what's going on. So we killed something. Let's drop in on this side for a moment. See what we did. Okay, there's going to be some kind of other necessary shell kick at that point, isn't there? Hang on, let's read this again. What did the POW hit actually do? I mean, the POW hit lands me in that location, but then... I see, yeah, because the icicle launches to Koopa that we use for riding purposes. This block looks like it is a shell kick or launch location, though. So we hit the POW. How are we creating a platform? Oh, I see. So we're supposed to launch something that's going to go up towards yellow pipes, because then that's why you have two separate entry points in case you missed a top one. So the yellow block to the right of the saw blades, the P block, rather, in that location. That's what we need to look out for. Let's see how this is going to work once we reset. Okay. Then why would we toss it here? Why would we want to kill it? Maybe we don't kill it. And that POW seems awfully suspicious. Oh, we can try doing that, but that's probably unwise. I see, and that works as a shell dispenser. Now we take the shell, but then what do we do? I don't see that the POW does anything for me right now, but... looks like maybe we need to launch again in another location, but would we want to do it there? Yeah, it seems like if we go there, we're already perhaps too high. I think the POW is just there to prevent a rebound, because then you can't use the rebound to hit yourself out of the SMB2 and the power-up. Yeah, it just prevents the rebound. But then why couldn't you just do a rebound over here and then make yourself small and then sneak in that location? It looks like at this point we could also move the spring, by the way. And if we move it, then we place it here, and we do the same interaction, and that's going to spring a Koopa over to the right side. But then we would need to get there, probably by way of the blue platform, which will ride out to the other side. But then we have no blue platform to ride on right now, so... why would we use this location then? Well, let me think about that, because you can't take it with you. There's no platform remaining. It seems like there's going to be something launched to the right, and that's what we should go for in some fashion. But we are going to expend this blue platform once. It is going to be unloaded back to the right, so maybe if we're quick enough we can catch it. That doesn't explain to me where the shell is going to go, though. I think we do need a shell. Die to a POW. Grab this, come back. We'll see. Oops. Right. Okay, no, we can make it. There's enough time to toss the spring to the right, reactivate the icicle, and ride the blue platform once more. So that'll work. As long as we don't miss. The timing actually does work out quite nicely. No, as long as we don't hit the corner on our way up. We've got 28 seconds to do this, though. Let's not dawdle. And we keep hitting the corner, which does not bode well. Time is limited. Okay. Nope, we're just a little too slow. We shouldn't jump that far to get the toss. We're going to time out in this attempt, but we know what to do. It's going to be spring here, ride the blue platform over. Then, after the icicle is released, the next Koopa launch is going to place the Koopa at a location that allows me to exit the pipe. I do see it. All this, luckily, is Pretty reproducible as long as we don't hit the plant the way we just did. But I think we'll be out of here soon enough. If all goes well. Well, if we remember to activate the icicle, as I was saying several times before. Predictably, I do enjoy the kind of light puzzling elements of some of these sequences quite a bit, where you do need to find your way forward. Okay, straight up here, and straight up here. Okay, and we're back immediately, so let's take this over. Dispense with a shell. That should have been an SMP2 jump, and we didn't give ourselves enough time to do it. That's okay. Gentle reset. I'm not too concerned. I need to do a better and faster throw on a trampoline. I think it's fairly obvious. Okay. That's a miss. Gets a pretty interesting bounce out of Koopa, though. But yeah, it's pretty clear to me that the P block marker is Koopa's landing point from which we will be riding it up. Don't too soon. Let's not get itchy trigger fingers here. Nope. I'll squish there, or at least push there, because I didn't duck very well. Nope. There's got to be a better way to do that without losing SMB2 on the high jump. I absolutely believe I should get enough height off to the high jump there, but the charge timing didn't seem to work too well for me. Yeah, that wasn't quite it. So we need to get a cleaner charge jump, basically. Which means we... Nope. Well, we got to charge jump that time, but didn't land on the platform. Nor did we place the spring accurately, so there is going to be a little bit of an accuracy check here as we try to execute this properly, but luckily the resets are very, very gentle. Quite generous. Nope, standing too close on the right side. As soon as I crouched there, I realized that that was unlikely to be a good attempt, just given where we were standing. Up we go. Do we want to take the higher one? Does it matter? I don't know. It does not matter. There is, however, obviously going to be a bonus segment here. We'll ride it out somehow. It's going to die down here. As soon as it does, we'll go. Nope, uh-oh. So much for that. Love the face on the right side. Oh, that's just there for the top of the flag. Okay, there's nothing to ride that out for. Let's try it again then. Yeah, it's skated off by SMB2, but taking a bit of damage after the fact does not matter, so... Shocked face. That's the level's way of saying GG. Well, Supernova, that was an experience. I mean, I played all of Supernova's levels at this point, and I like how they've developed a very distinctive sense of style in that they are based on these very intricately timed mechanisms, very complex contraptions that the player doesn't actually have to think about too much, because you just need to think about the kind of intuitive core of the interaction, which in this case is Koopas go up. And so it's kind of satisfying to reverse engineer it in your head, but at the same time just also play through it without thinking too hard about how it works when you're actually trying to time the jumps. So always very readable. This one especially, I thought, just had a lot of sequences where, you know, even though there were snap decisions about when to pick up objects and when to throw them, they got sorted out pretty quickly. So thank you for that, Supernova. And nice to jump through one of these again. Let's do something else. Now, I hope this is still up. I saw this upload come up earlier today. I don't know if it was just a testing upload or if it's actually final, because there were no plays on it at the time. This is something by Evgar. New upload from today. Evgar, of course, somebody we've been aware of ever since Maker 1. Kind of a contraption master in his own right. And this has hardly been played. So let's see what it's all about. I have no idea what to expect. But I'm sure it'll be fun. I'll paste a code and pin it as well. I forgot to do that for the previous level. I should get into the habit of doing so. Okay. Okay, jump detector. Jump detector plus the blasters. And then looks like we want to use the jump detector to launch the shell when it's going left to right, so it's going to hit the on-off switch. Then we do it in the other direction, so it cuts through, yeah. Yeah, it's a jump detector shell control level, which is pretty interesting. Because it's just this little bounce on the mushroom here that is going to give just enough of a bump to the launcher on the left. Very responsive, in fact. Then we kind of need to go again. Whoops. That was a miss. Come on. My eyes are on Mario and on the shell at the same time, and so that leads to some interesting consequences. There we go. Very interesting. Checkpoint's not on the way yet, though. And we've got a bit of an SMP2 shell detector shell ride, which is surprisingly readable. Whoa. And of course, we were okay all the way to the finish, and we just take a death right there. That's obviously just a jump detector to launch it once more. Get up to the gate. And in we go. Let's watch the direction. That actually does matter. And then, again, either way. Let's watch the target. That's kind of important here. And we're back here pretty quickly. Okay, here's the jump detector shell serve, which is an interesting combination of concepts. Two familiar concepts that we don't normally see put together. Whoops. Yeah, of course the shell is just going to insist on crashing into the destructible wall as it leaves its pathway. Oh, let's just get it to cut through. Very effective tutorial segment there too, in fact. Just to say in its own small way that you should pay attention to the direction of travel. Okay, let's watch this. And then bounce, bounce. Then jump. That sends me through, and then we know from previous experience the checkpoint is right beside a red pipe, so we'll take it. Oh no, it's going to be on the reverse path. We knew that, in fact. And then there'll be a hit like this that allows you to cut through. But you'll, of course, need to jump above the spikes when the spiny shell cuts through that location, so we'll just need to be a little bit more attentive to when the jump triggers are going to be needed. No, we can go back, that's fine. Nope. Nope, we don't want to slip off. Surprisingly easy to slip off if you're just unused to the momentum control of coming off of that, because of course you are working the jump detector and a jump at the same time, and so it can be very easy to get a little bit scrambled there. Interesting donut block timing as well to get everything to line up as you drop in through the door. Just subtle little timing fixes that make this kind of concept work. Yeah, because the donut block just kind of nudges you there to make sure everything falls into place. Jumping straight up seems to be the ideal way to play this here. Whoops. Anyway, let's just get crushed by that. And we'll be out of here soon enough. Oops. We'll wait. Nope, just a little bit late on the trigger once again. Really do need to watch the positioning on top of the vertical trampoline, which is the trigger point that we need here. Nope. Closer, but it could be better. Nope, this way, we'll just roll it again. And there we go. And that's it. Short and sweet. Not the first clear, because Mang, having noticed this level just now, got it ahead of us, but congratulations to Mang69. And a GG to you as well. I guess together we managed to get the clear rate to this even, or very odd, 11.11, which was probably mainly my doing. But we got it. Let's see something else. Now, I've been saying recently I was way behind on my document, so let's continue going back down the list to some of these uploads from early this year or even late last year, because I'm actually several levels behind. This is push button parkour. I'm going to paste the code in the chat. Yeah, this is from November of last year, which tells you how far behind I am. We'll pin that. Thwomp, rather, switch plates. I was trying to read switch plates and thwomp at the same time, and it just came out like swamp. Thwomp, switch plates, can be activated with springs. Can they now? Okay, got a Yoshi here. Oh, I see, we just push it. Very nice. Except, of course, we need to grab the spring, get up there with Yoshi, push the thwomp, and then continue. I see. And then beat the scroll here while we're at it. Whoops, nope. We don't have to get too close. I was trying to position Yoshi so I can fall back down to the saw blade accurately, but we'll need to make a couple of adjustments beyond that. This is very satisfying to do, though. Nope. Once again, have to grab and go immediately. We shouldn't take too long bouncing around there, because the positional adjustment will not really be very safe. Yeah, trying to do a bit of a medium bounce here just to stabilize my position, but that's not actually a good idea. Might even be able to have the momentum to go back and forth, but we'll see. I probably do need to keep Yoshi at this point, because there is another trampoline grab immediately after that one, but we'll see how it looks. Oops. Yeah. Looking at the positioning here, I'm thinking I shouldn't count on doing a full bounce back and forth, but we'll see what works out to be the best. Maybe you can. Maybe you can, because you kind of have this momentum stopper on the wall. Making use of rebounds against walls is something that speedrunners know all about, and which I don't have a good intuition for. There we go. That looks great. Let's see here. Well, we obviously need to take the thwomp with us, but then we need to bounce over here onto the bullet. Whoa, that was a push I didn't expect. I mean, I guess the marker there tells you where the next trampoline grab is going to be, that you do need to pick it up from that position, and I just didn't think about that as being the same trampoline. Whoops, nope. Expect to let go there. Okay, nice landing. Feels kind of awkward at first, but we got it. Eventually, I'm gonna grab this, push, and then, oh, we need to grab the other one here. Yeah, just need to read the tracks a little bit more quickly, because of course some of those are just markers for re-grabbing the trampolines that we have just expended. And so we need to not only grab from those locations, but also avoid them as falling locations of objects that we don't want to hit. So, we'll go back and we'll do that again. Nope. Again, not the best positioning out of that bounce as we're going up. Always feel like I'm off by about a tile there. Yeah, we need a nice high bounce, but we need to not run into the thwomp, which is the issue that I had there. I was ranking all the way to the right, and the positioning does feel a little bit risky, because it does mean we need to get the spit down right away. Yeah, nice full jump there would be advisable, but we don't quite have that down yet. Maybe we should be doing a back and forth bounce, but again, I like that what we're doing currently does in fact work. And I think it should be, you know, right up to the swamp. You spit into it. And if you're holding right, you should probably have a fairly clean landing up to that point. So. Okay, positioning is totally off. I was trying to spit there, and of course we were just a little bit late, I think. So yeah, that trick is a little bit of a Yoshi killer right now, but again, I'm not going quite high enough. We need to really hold jump into that, which, as I know from shell jump levels, is a pretty bad habit of mine to not hold jump nearly enough when we have object manipulation going on. Okay, now the scroll will kindly stop for me here while we look at how eventually we're going to make our way down to the lower thwomp to push it this way. It is facing this way, but we will need to give it a push probably after releasing the first set of on-off switches. So we need to do a bounce. Spit towards it is going to be a bit of a downward arc on a spit. Or maybe we need to spit towards... Well, let's see what is up here first. I don't know if it's going to be another direction here. Okay, so it's going to place that in position. Why is it telling me that, though? That's probably just a test position to kind of show you what to look for. Donut block. No, it gives me a donut block. Okay. Donut block falls. Then we need to grab this, fall down a donut block, kick the thwomp to the left, and then get on the saw blades to go back up. So, the grinders, as it were. That's correct, except we need to get to donut block much faster. One nice smooth motion. We're a little bit late right now. Whoops. Once again, it'd be nice if we clean up this particular bounce. It actually is the one that I am having the most trouble with currently, so we'll try to fix it. Nope. It's possible I'm not really doing it the best way, but we'll go with what we have. Looks like it is supposed to be the way that it works, it's just that we can't lose our positioning over the course of the decay in our x-axis position after a couple of bounces. We do need to just do it accurately and quickly. That was almost right, except we're perhaps a touch late on the spit. Nope. That could have gone better, but we fixed it. There we go. Always think I'm just about to touch the thwomp when we do in fact have a successful run. Okay. So this thing here. Why can't I just spit here and go down immediately? That's a lot better. As long as we hit the donut block in time, that's a lot better. We shouldn't be going down the left side. The left side's just there to unstick you. Document, welcome. Glad you could come here to catch this one. Whoops. Luca, I don't think that's a cheese moment. I actually do think that's probably the intended path, and that the one-way panels on the left side path are just A, a distraction, and B, a way to get you back down after you make a fool of yourself. I think it's actually pretty obvious at this point that we should be touching it like this. Feels a lot more comfortable. A little bit late there. We probably should have waited for the next cycle if we could. It is cheese? Okay. Well, it still feels pretty good to do, and the timing is much more comfortable for me, so... It's cheese, but that's okay. Yeah, no, it's a good kind of cheese. It's a high-class cheese. Some people drive all the way to Wisconsin just to smack their thwomps with that kind of cheese. James D., welcome. Oops. Again, we shouldn't be doing too many bounces there. I can bounce back and forth on the two saws. Yeah, I was wondering that, and I was thinking, well, I mean, the current method works. Do we really want to mess with it? Maybe I do want to mess with it. Because missing the grab in the first place is probably not the best idea. I got much too used to my rather awkward positioning at this point. Because now that you mention it, yeah, it is pretty obvious that you're supposed to go back and forth, but we would need an accurate grab first. And yeah, James D, I'm glad you have the courtesy to greet the pot. Look at that, always feels like a bit of a thrill there, but we made it. This is always a bit of a fun sequence as we realize that we're going a little too fast for that scroll. Yeah, let's wait. We should spit and then land. That is, in fact, the obvious thing to do. Why is Claire funnier than 90% of real people on Twitch? Because the 90% are just lesser bots. I only recently realized that there has become a fairly popular term now for the rather widely observed effect that the internet nowadays is just primarily bot spam, which is, people call it dead internet theory or something, I think. I mean, it's a very conspiracy-sounding name for what I think is actually a fairly intuitive concept, because there you are, but... Okay. There we go. That actually felt pretty good, even though it wasn't the optimal way. Oop. Okay, there we go. I know first cycle probably works, but we'll do it this way anyway. Oh, I guess we need to bully this guy repeatedly, or launch him after the fact. Let's think about this. Let's see what's up here first. Push that. Ah, P-switch. P-switch would turn this into a series of blocks that it would hit. Why would we want him to hit that? If he's over this at the point that the P-switch is there, that would kill him. But no, I don't think so. You use the P-switch to turn this into blocks, then he hits. And then does it potentially get him to continue and smack this afterwards? I think that's actually the way to do it. But... yes. I knew that intuitively that was the way it should have worked, but that was still pretty satisfying to see in action. All of Twitch has been one big Turing test. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Especially when you see, you know... Oops. Oh, that actually lands slightly off the platform. I mean, you know, if you see, like, the RRR text-to-speech spam on Orator's channel or something, for instance, if somebody told you that that was all botted, could you really tell the difference? I mean, it's kind of funnier when it's coming from real people who are using that as their outlet for entertainment, but, you know. I need to drop Yoshi at that point, I'm pretty sure, but Yoshi still needs to have that in his mouth. That looks very much like a Yoshi drop. That particular segment. Whoops. Missed that? Yeah, that's obviously a Yoshi drop. Such a weird little interaction that you can hit sideways swamps with springs, but it won't keep moving unless they hit something. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, yeah, it looks like that's the way it's supposed to work, but, you know, I've seen it so rarely, if at all. It feels like it's underused in some ways, where there's definitely stuff you can do with it that hasn't been done yet. We are supposed to grab Yoshi manually and bounce immediately after colliding with him. I didn't realize that because I didn't look at the end of the conveyor carefully enough there when looking at how things were going to go. But yeah. We do still need Yoshi at that point. It seems like we're really late for the bonsais, though, and I don't know how to tighten up my timing there, but we'll need to do that somehow. Seems like we're extremely late in the bonsais, in fact. Oops. But yeah, because Yoshi's kind of frozen in position there, it's kind of my prerogative to get back on his back and jump out right away once we are within spawning range of the bonsai bills. Oops. Okay. Pretty satisfying to do all this, though. Way too late. I could tell at that point that the first bounce was already way off camera. Yeah, we need to tighten up getting back on Yoshi. That's clearly a major delay at this point. That looks like it is within bonsai range, so... Very nice. Except I forgot to grab that on the left because I just barely saw it. And this is going to be a bit of an auto-scroll thriller here as we scramble to look at everything in time as we scroll right past it. Whoops. Tightening up a little too much there. We need to get past the one-way panels first and then just fall into the left. Whenever I see spikes over one-way panels, I always kind of instinctively shy away from them, even though once you're past a one-way panel, you're perfectly safe. And we shouldn't be shy about just hugging the left side wall there to get the cleanest and fastest landing on Yoshi as he arrives in that position. Yeah, just slightly past his, and then, whoops, 4 bounce over there. And yeah, at that point, you're definitely within bonsai range once you're passing the one-way panels, so that's the point at which you do need to go very fast. Oops. A little bit of momentum control as we dismount would be nice. Yeah, nice low bounce there. Very comfortable. Look at that miss. Launched that right on top of the swamp. Interesting spike placement over the ceiling. I guess that is formally the ceiling, so there's no question of trying to walk above it. Oops. Because as usual, I'm in the back of my mind just kind of looking at the camera control and screen placement here. Oh, missed it, unfortunately. Spit here, and then we continue, yeah. I could see it. It's very readable considering how fast it is. As long as you're paying attention to the tongue grab points, which are pretty consistently marked. Just easy to miss if you're paying attention to everything else instead. But it was pretty clear to me how the sequence is supposed to look. Okay. Miss. Slightly higher jump would have done it, and then we just catch up to the swamp, by the looks of it. And we'll see how the P-switch timing remains relevant. Very satisfying once you do get the timing for that. Oh, once again, too soon. Okay. Nope. Needed to get a high bounce off of that, obviously, but we let up on the fall a little bit to try to shave off some of the timing and just didn't repress soon enough. Actually, I had some time to spare that time there. Nope. I do need a little bit of a run off of that swamp, I think. Because with a standard jump, we're coming in just a little bit low. Or perhaps too far to the right. But we do need to clean that up, obviously, and having just a little bit of a running start on the swamp surface might be possible as a solution. Seemed like we're a little behind pace this time, but that's okay, we got back on. Yeah, a little bit of a run will do, except we do need to land on the right side of that blade, which is very conveniently marked with coins that in another time must have been blocks, except the P-switch has decided to take them into a more indicative state of being. Okay. Now let's get up over here and back down. Whoops. And up we go. Whoop. Nope, missed it. So much for that. That is a nice little subtlety there, to have the spring drop just one tile too far for the red blocks, just to make sure you're paying attention. Since everything here is going to be time sensitive anyway, you might as well just really enforce that in its own little way. Nope, missed. We had a bit of a running start that time too, just not much of a jump. Bit of a weak jump. We should be doing a lot better. Nope, too soon. Don't know why it is that my estimates on that one is always a little bit off. And if we don't do too much of a jump in that location, we can save a little bit of time on a horizontal camera. Yeah, so that's the reason that you don't want to fire too late like that. You do want a descent that will actually keep you alive. We'll go back there and try that. Oh, no, I see. I bumped my head on a ceiling. That's the issue we were running into. Interesting that there's a little bit of a ledge that's 4 tiles high with the red block wall there, which technically you could use as a positioning tool for taking that shot, but I think it would delay you too long. So nope, too high once again. Yeah, so the timing there is actually a little bit narrower than it looks, simply because you don't want to fire too late for your own landing, which we'll have to figure out what the best way is to get around that. Okay. There we go, that is a bit smoother, still feels like a pretty specific timing, but... Oh, no, we're supposed to wait for the thwomp and move it, because of course we can get on his right side and continue its path, since it has been trapped with its return path by the one-way panel, and so... I knew that intuitively, but didn't react to that very well on the fly, because of course it was the first time we had seen that. Yeah, James D, the interesting thing is that the execution barrier here isn't really about object handling or Yoshi control. A lot of it is just about reading things promptly, and in some cases finding good drop positioning for the objects, but execution-wise it's not that difficult. It's more about keeping on your toes when it comes to what you need to do. Move it. Oh, we're way too slow. We're way too slow. The auto-scroll was way past the trampoline that I needed to grab on the left, so... We do need to clean that up a little bit and make sure we get ahead of the scroll. Yeah, so let's just keep on running here. Oh, I missed a coin, I guess. I was hoping to get it, but... 8 HP. Interesting. So I wonder how this is going to work. You have a couple of star stats. Oh, it's a boss fight, I see. It's a boss fight because every on-off activation is going to lead the stars to drop a little closer. I see, I understand it. Boss time. Okay. That's okay. As long as we take advantage of the fact that... Oh, whoops. Yeah, I was trying to jump off Yoshi at the same time. That was maybe not wise. Captain Redbeard, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. That's okay. Taking some hits is not the end of the world, and the vines do let you escape if you have been dismounted, but we didn't react to that very well that time, so we'll just go back and forth. Oh, there's a blaster there. Yeah, we need to hit the left side first. No wonder why that was never working. This might be a bit of a tricky position, though, now. Because I've lost a little bit too much momentum as Yoshi. That's okay, that's still grabbable. Never question the quality control of a document level. Oh, we got company. Whoop. Whoop. Yeah, we should have seen that blaster in the first place. That's okay. That was a very tight landing on my part, but we made it. Okay, let's just control our position here and jump over. Move Yoshi over to this side. Oh, get out of here while we can, so we can get back into a safe position, and then... Yeah, a very dynamic fight, but once you kind of develop some tactics, you can... Well, most of the way, put yourself into a relatively safe and defensible position. It's a very neat boss fight. And like a lot of satisfying boss fights, it does have a... Whoops. Natural mechanical kinship with the whole level leading up to it. Like it's been training you to get up to this point. Okay. Yeah, the margins here work quite well, in fact, with how far the boos are going off screen to give yourself a little bit of room to maneuver. And you can have a little bit of forward momentum with Yoshi as you change sides, just to buy yourself as much time as possible for the next activation. And yeah, we're getting pretty close to the stars at this point. Okay, who's got the key? He's got the key. Okay. And obviously we're going to check this side. One-ups for Endless, and oh, we even got to ride Yoshi out at the end, so... Well, that was a lot of fun. This was from back in November, like I said before, and I'm so glad I finally got to catch up on it because I did miss a lot of late 2022 document, I think, so. Since you're here, we might as well do another one. Now, looking at my list here, I'm way behind. But might as well pull up some other ones while we have a chance. Yeah, if you missed any of these ones, by the way, document, I did do them in some of the backlog streams. I still have the VODs kicking around. This one I think is a re-upload of something I had done before, but I'm not sure, so I might actually jump in and do that anyway. And before that, I know I missed a couple. Yeah, we did the early version of Tower Escape. I remember the ending in particular, but Team P-Switch is still something we need to do at some point. We'll do one of these. I don't remember if I'd done Pendulous Chains, and I might have, so we'll do Team P-Switch first just to see what we're doing, and I'll paste the code in chat. Yeah, I know it's a re-upload, but I don't remember if I had recorded it the first time. Just because I know it was a chunk of levels that you had deleted that Nintendo deleted rather, that I didn't actually see. Like, I think I missed a Wrecking Crew one as well, so. Anyway, let me just pin this level code. And we'll do it. Your entry for hashtag Team P-Switch. This is from April of last year, about a year ago, a year and a month. Let's see how it looks. And yeah, Atlantis, if you want to talk to the bot, just say !AI or just call it Claire, and you can talk to the bot. So, Team P-Switch, why would that be? Oh, I see. That's you grab it and you jump on the next one. I see. Yeah, all about the P-jumps. Good to get back into that habit. You could see a lot of people with their death markers right at the start. Let's, you know, we can take the first one fairly relaxed. I don't know why I'm rushing it. You were thinking of this level as being like a Team Shell level, but with P-switches, yeah. You know, there were a critical mass of people who absolutely loved P-jumps. We spent a little too long on this platform. And it turns out there is a Team P-switch. Well, now we know. There's a team for everything. First jump probably should have been is. I mean, we are supposed to be holding a P-switch at that point, right? So let's see how it goes. Ah, no, you're supposed to throw in that location, I see. Because then you create a wall using the P-switch for the shell bounce. And thank you for the follow. And welcome, Blue Speed. Look at me just ignoring throw markers the way I usually do. Right, because you get the P-jump over here in this location. Perfect location, in fact. And then you do a bit of shell tossing from there. Whoops. There we go. You're making a Mario Maker level right now. Well, good to know that, Blue Speed. It's always nice to have Mario Maker on in the background while you're doing that, I think. Whoops. 1K Man, welcome. So 1K Man, you can talk to the bot if you just use !AI and follow it with a message. Nope, we need to get a high bounce off of that. I don't know why I keep missing. And yeah, Atlantis, we should acknowledge Mario's father, voiced by Charles Martinet, if anybody didn't know, is the best Mario Maker. Whoops. We probably should have thrown on the way into that marker and not as late as we did. And yeah, we just need to hold jump a little bit better into the throw, as we usually do. And James D, you're asking, is this a Shakespeare version of Clara? Well, I may have given the bot a special instruction. I think it only lasts for a certain number of messages, though, before it goes back to standard, mildly sarcastic but very innocent Claire. Yeah, we need to do a much better toss and jump over there. Throw was a little bit late, I think, which is why the shell is so far ahead. Oops, I'm trying to do the opening here in one smooth motion, but that may be rushing it a bit much. Oh, whoops. Oh, was that supposed to be a shell trap? I don't think so. I think the shell was supposed to get up to the coin, so... Didn't realize that would act as a shell trap, because I didn't notice the one-way panel. Yeah, maybe not the best bounce on that one over there. I think the throw is supposed to pass over the P-switch. No, it's supposed to get trapped by the P-switch, because once you jump on the P-switch, then it releases the shell with the timing that you need it to land on the coins. And that's what stops the shell from getting ahead. So the shell is supposed to be trapped by the P-switch. I understand it now. So... This positioning was not great, though. The P-switch should not be bouncing there. I think the throw came a little bit short. One came in. I know nothing about Goat Simulator. Is it... I get the impression that it's kind of like a ragdoll physics sandbox, right? That happens to involve goats. Is that anywhere near correct? That's what I thought it was, anyway. Like, you know, basically like Gary's mod, but with goats. Whoops. Okay, great. That works now. And to release that shell, you of course don't want to hit that shell. You want it to head over to the coins. And that'll be your next landing location. Always satisfying to just read something and eventually get it to work the way that you hoped. Yeah, so the shell has to be trapped by the P-switch, so we were actually consistently late on the throw, and that's what happens when you throw so late that it sails right over. But it makes the jumps themselves a lot more relaxed than I had initially estimated. Of course, we can't pull back that much. And yeah, James D, as you can see, at this point, I think Claire has tired of being in Shakespeare mode. It does expire after a certain number of queries. Oops. There are a couple of different valid prompts that will get the bot to pick it up. I'll have to look at the documentation to remember exactly what. But... Anyway. Nope, not quite. Okay, good. That's the positioning I wanted, and then, yeah, down to the shell after the P-switch again. Platform, P-switch, and then you just kind of alternate. And the P-switches control the shell timing and positioning, depending on where things get bumped, where they get some collision going. Slightly fuller jumps than what I'm holding tend to be the solution to everything when it comes to object handling levels like this. Nope. Too high. And one came in, you were in the middle of a Dead by Daylight match, yeah. That took a bit long. We shouldn't have done that. We do need to go forward eventually. And I think I was probably supposed to launch a shell by that point, right? But judging by the floor there, but I'm not exactly sure. We might have missed something there. Okay. Nope, we missed a shell there. I feel like that shell was supposed to be released. The one at that pipe. With the upper P-switch. And that's the thing that we're lacking there by having missed one switch. But we'll try it. I see. You're supposed to take all three down at once, I think, and then P-jump off the last one in order to keep the shell going. Because you don't want the shell to deflect back. You actually want to stop the whole stack. Instead of bouncing on it. There's another level I've seen to that effect, which uses the same mechanic. Probably one of that 69 series between Mang and Luca, and there was that additional one by Samuel as well that was mimicking that style. The PP 69, Pow Pow 69 levels, you know. That said, I did remember PP 69 definitely had that mechanic of needing to compress the stack. That throw is feeling a whole lot more comfortable now for some reason. Whoops, that's a miss. Wait. Yeah, we do need to release each successive shell and make sure it is given a clearance to travel. Yeah, throwing on the way down is probably best. Given that we can trap it at the next P-switch for however long we want. Nope, miss. Always a bit of time pressure on those platforms as they're going down, but... Yep, throwing on a way in is much, much better. Yeah, for all you know, Claire Danes actually does hang out on one of these streams. just can't be bothered to tell anybody. Whoops. Actually, I haven't seen a screen roll of hers in a very long time. I never caught up on Homeland, which I understand is the major role that she had within the past decade or so. Oops. Oops. Head bump there when you are a little too far forward. There we go. That's how it's supposed to look. And of course you have the P-switch expiry at the end, just in case you decide to dawdle. Oh, P-switch is still going, right? But then you're spawning into this location at checkpoint, so... yeah, you probably should have let the P-switch expire in that case. Or does it matter? Because it seems like if you get in here with the P-switch still going from pre-checkpoint, what would that even affect? Because you've got a P-switch that's still active. Then the P-switch would go down with the platform, but if the P-switch is not active, then it doesn't go down with the platform, so... is it an up throw? I think it is, actually. That's actually really cool. Spin jump, obviously, off the P. Onto the swamp. P-spin. Yeah, that's a fun trick. That's a very fun trick that, you know, even if the P-switch is still going, you still use the first P-switch defensively. And a little bit faster than what I've done. There we go. Spin. And then 2 to spike top and then 2 to P. Okay. Spin jump, obviously. Just poor reaction time on my part. It's a fun trick, very delicately timed. Too late on that one, and wasn't really lined up well for the spike top anyway, and then when I head up, I'll need to pick up that other P, get ready for the next throw. Let out once again. I'm just instinctively jumping out of the throw, and that's kind of a bad idea. Good positioning for a P-switch that time, though, right by my throw location that I'll need it at. Now, I don't know if I'll have much flexibility when it comes to the timing of landing up there, whether I'm allowed to stall at the spike top a little bit. I might be able to, as long as P-switch timing doesn't matter too much. But we'll see. If you toss, then you actually need to go back down. Okay, so that is something I hadn't considered. We'll read that a few times before I totally get it, I think. Because if you toss the P at that point, we need to read that a bit more carefully. Whoops. Yeah, you throw, That's okay, as long as you stay on the platform, you ride the platform down. Yeah, you don't jump off the platform, you just throw. And the platform is a platform, so. James D, you're getting sleepy? Well, might be helpful to get some rest. I'm certainly not one to talk. Oops. As you can tell from the grab, I was not preparing for the spin jump the way I should have there. Oh, Yoshi, okay. And then you use this as thwomp defense again, as far as I understand it. It took a little while to react to Yoshi. I think that was probably still a salvageable timing, but that was quite a bit to read on the fly, so we did what we could. And landing dead center, of course, would be very beneficial. Yeah, losing a bit of time there. Mostly it just makes things a little more awkward as you try to line things up in a spike top. Very subtle way of enforcing a timing window. We stay on the platform. And we're just a little bit late there. It's going to be run, grab the P, and throw, unless you need Yoshi at that point, which I don't think you will. I think it does look like a Yoshi drop as you go. The only way it wouldn't be a Yoshi drop as it goes if you have to dispense with the first P switch, but I don't think so. Given the height restriction there, I believe we're dropping him. Oops. Trapped rather awkwardly under that ceiling. Whoops. Late on a release. That's why it's a good idea. This is exactly the kind of obstacle that is a good fit for first obstacle after the checkpoint. In case you're like me and you are just consistently late on the throw. A very simple throw. Okay. Kind of a bad fall there. I wonder why it is that I'm always late on the throw there. I'm definitely late on just releasing the button. But poor muscle memory, I think. That's all it is. And speaking of poor muscle memory, let's not get too scrambled here with the spin jumps along the way. Close call there, but we made it. So we do need to hit the P switch, and I believe I mean, the overlap's not going to matter because we need to hit the P-switch. Because it occurs to me now that I actually don't know the spike and skull platform hitbox priority off the top of my head, despite having no doubt seen that many times. Pretty sure spikes take priority though, just given the nature of that setup there. Well, let's actually throw. We can. Gotta be pretty crisp about this timing. There we go. No, why are we doing that? We need to throw and ride, obviously. Let's pay attention. Yeah, because I'm always holding into the grab there for the pickup. And the release timing has been a little bit sluggish. So I'm not correcting for the forward momentum from the skull platform. That's the issue I'm running into there. Once you hit the P-switch, you get the coins turned into platforms, maybe. No, because the P-switch is already active, so they remain as coins. You need them to remain as coins in order to complete that passage. Oops. One Keyman, you're saying Goat Sim is pretty fun, kind of fun to wreck stuff as a goat, yeah. Whoops, spin jump here. Okay. Oops. No, spin jump here. You were saying there's... What, a Goat Simulator 3 at this point you were saying? Or at least you were telling the bot that, and it wasn't up to date on that any more than I was? I used to know what was going on in the world of video games. I don't anymore. Whoops, missed that. You're supposed to whack the P-switch and grab the vine. So we're just offset her. Whoops, again, missed his throw. Missed the grab completely that time, actually. Because I let go too early. But I mean, that's the end of the segment. We can effectively do it. No, spin jump. Let's not forget the simple stuff. The white panel is going to control the positioning just fine over there. Then... Oh, a little late on the throw. I was going to let go there and block the flop. The Goat Simulator 3 titles is a joke in itself, as is to make people confused and go, when did they make a second one? Oh, I see. So it goes directly from 1 to 3. And we'll just pretend that the second one was the never localized goatee panic. Whoops. It was fairly obvious to me long before I knew the history behind any of this, that Super Mario 2 was something a little bit other. Like Super Mario 2 USA, I mean, was something that wasn't exactly intended to be a direct sequel. Not fully, anyway. I mean, even though a lot of his design vocabulary has become second nature at this point. Okay, 2 jumps there, and we're through. Oh, P-switch timing does matter, but we got it. So you can't just hang around there forever after hitting the P-switch the first time. You do, in fact, need to climb. Alright. Thank you for the GGs. Let's take a look at Pendulous Chains anyway. I don't remember if it's something I recorded. I want to see what it is on the re-upload. Just so I can at least check it off my list if it is something I missed. And yeah, documents, thanks as always for dropping by and supplying these. I may have played this one, I think. Or I just remember dying to a very similar mechanic on a Lecter level, I want to say, actually. Actually, maybe not. I don't know. It's like a souped-up version of the pendulum mechanics at the end of an SMBU, in fact. Maybe I haven't played it. It does look familiar, but... rather, the mechanic looks familiar, but the level doesn't, so... It's possible I missed this originally. Okay. And then let's not get chomped, obviously, on the way down. And yeah, let's stick with it and see it through. This is exactly the kind of timing mechanic that is likely to kill me a great deal, so... And that gives you an early introduction to the P-block marker as well. So yeah, we shouldn't be too impatient there. Maybe it's possible to go fast and sneak under there, but I shouldn't count on doing that. Whoops. And the scroll will stop from time to time too. Give me a little bit of room. Camera's not going to go up any further, so let's just pick this up. It's supposed to go over. Yeah, I just didn't read that very quickly. I kind of assumed the Goom would be the second bounce there, but past that point I didn't really know, so... Double bounce is quite nice. Whoops. Let's not shy away too far, though. Also note, I believe it was Mang69 with the record on this upload. I could have totally outrun that. I just didn't think about that very carefully. Okay. Lots of flexibility to the path that you can take through this, which is always nice to see. Whoops. And the timing there is going to work quite nicely, except we can, in fact, get on top of the red blocks there if we want a bit of a safety point. It's actually quite generous. always love these vertical scroll breaks as well. Okay. Timing there could have been improved a little bit. I guess I misestimated that. Yeah, the further I get into this, the more I think I actually did not play this originally. So, glad we took a look to finally fill this one in. Then let it swing around. Outrun, yeah. We'll just go straight for the red platform. Yeah, that was a little dangerous, I said, just as I hesitated again and got chomped on the other side. Kind of saw that coming. Even if I did expect it to happen slightly earlier. Okay, there we go. Whoops. Alright, let's open this up and back down we go. Whoops. I mean, there's a very conveniently placed P block marker right there for our visual reference. And right here as well. Okay, let's just wait while we have the chance. Okay, got that in that single smooth motion. Whoop. Except I hesitated. We should have just run as soon as we passed the first swipe. Because there isn't really any room to slow down and stop once you're in that central passage. Just have to be bold sometimes. And go straight for it. Yeah, nice slow bounce there is actually going to do the trick just fine. No, we actually need to follow it as it's swiping left. We have enough room in the camera to do that as long as the scroll doesn't outpace us on the way down in the next section, which I don't think it should, given the structure of this level so far. Yeah, we'll just take our time with some of this and wait for that to come across. And again. Okay, let's let it swipe. Follow it down. Oh, came in a little bit low there. That was a full jump. I think it just landed a little bit off the intended position. Slightly low. Okay, let's try it again. fairly sizable hitboxes on these guys, at least. Again, nice smooth motion here. Anticipating that a bit too early. That was probably the case last time as well, with the landing on the other side. So, we'll try to make the appropriate adjustment. Oh, got a bit slow here. Let's wait. And go. Nope, yeah, that was nearly a disaster, but got it. And yes, we actually do want a central stop. Or do we? Yes, at that point we do need to just run and spin jump on it, I think. Seems like that's a bit of a stretch for the height of a spin jump, but we'll need to try that out and see where it takes us. Oops. We go. And let us swipe. Okay, that was pretty good height there that time. We do need to stomp on its central position and kind of follow the momentum of spinning off the central chomp when it is down, except that the hard block wall on the left side makes me think that might not be the case. That it's specifically meant to perhaps stop that and kill your momentum and make you reposition. It's kind of hard to tell. I will have to go back there and see, because perhaps my estimate for how far I can go with the spin jump is a little off. Because it looks like it's a bit of an awkward place to just spin jump towards the chomp on the left without any assistance. Yeah, because you can clearly stomp on this. Maybe you do need to have this kind of... Yep, okay, no, you just go for it. That's how you do it. Here, this is a dodge until it is time to stop it. Oh, nope, you actually just don't want to do a standard jump there. That should have been self-evident. Guess it's like how when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. When you have a chain chomp, everything looks like something that you reach with a chain chomp. Very pithy old saying. Up we go. And forward. Let's wait it out. Yep, that's how you do it. Now... Okay, so we do need to get out of there. I was hoping to tuck into the corner. But we could quite easily get trapped. So hopefully we can find a slightly better method for that. luckily there are a lot of fairly gentle stopping points along the way, at least in this section of the level. As we continue on a vertical descent. Pretty considerable use of space for a vertical descent level that we are still using both screens horizontally. So we've got a pretty substantial play space to work with as we head on down. Okay, so let's continue. Down we go. Nope, that was bound to be a mistake. We have an established timing, we should stick with it without messing with it too much. Okay, down we go. Bad idea. We should have just continued a pace the way that we've done so many times before. No need to hesitate into that now. Okay. Let's wait for this to swing around and we will continue. Again, we'll wait for it to swing onto the right side. Then come over here and then... Yeah, we don't want to get trapped. So when we jump over and hit, we need to get out pretty much immediately. Oh, whoops, got trapped. Yeah, if I were just a little later on that jump, so I didn't hit my head on the hard blocks, that would have made it just fine. It would have been quite smooth, in fact. So we'll go back there and we'll try to make it happen one more time. Nope, let's try it again. And down we go. It's going to give me a swing. And we'll just wait this out a little bit and hop over here. Yeah, given the low ceiling, we actually should take this bounce. We should try to jump directly over. There we go. First time seeing this segment here. It looks like it's going to be... Well, I mean, it marks the chomp position. But I don't think there's a reason to go up there. We just need to kind of get past it quickly. Maybe not that quickly. Redox, welcome. It's going alright, just relearning how to do some platforming in this game after some time off. And cramming in a couple of levels before Zelda is out. Speaking of the puzzle that you saw me do yesterday, I don't know if you managed to complete it. I didn't. I should get back to it. It's, I think, one of the only times I can remember being at least temporarily defeated by a Grokowski puzzle, but it's a little harder than usual from him, I think. Or I was also just much too tired to be playing puzzles and not thinking straight. But yeah, congratulations on clearing that. And Natcat, welcome. Oops. Get ready for your best day ever. Go out and explore, learn new things, and have fun. There we go. Again, nice smooth motion there. After the scroll break, we know we have time to do this. Let's not die to the simple stuff. Okay, again, just need to be fairly brisk about going this way and that way. No, that's not going to be it. Or if it is it, we need to be actually slightly earlier than that, bouncing short. And yeah, Natcat, this was a re-upload a little while ago because apparently Nintendo did delete the original copy of it that you must have played. I don't remember playing this one originally. I thought I might have, but I think I was confusing it with a different level that had a similar pendulum mechanic. The design itself does look new to me. Yeah, regardless, good levels are evergreen. In Mario Maker 2, it's not like levels made in 2023 displace those from previous years or something. It's some kind of strict technical progression. Oops. So yeah, Natcat, hope you're doing well. Good to see you here. Good to be playing some Mario Maker again, actually, since I didn't expect Fire Emblem to take me nearly as long as it did, where it occupied most of my streams from January to April. I didn't think it would take nearly that long, but once I was committed, so... And of course we're going to be starting Zelda on Friday. That is going to be the main thing for at least a little while, just judging from my experience with Breath of the Wild. And how all-consuming that tended to be, but, you know, we'll still deal in some Mario Maker from time to time, since that's where the audience is. And yeah, the best way to regain interest in this game, as always, is to just play more good levels and realize how many more you have to get through. Truly a limitless amount of good content. Which is why I try to spend my time in this game judiciously. Thank you so much for the resub document and for supplying me for so many streams with excellent content like the level that we are playing here. Whoops. I have to finally update my emotes. I have been saying that since early last year, and then owing to various people, including myself, being busy, that just never came to pass. So, actually, I have a whole bunch of emote slots to fill now. We'll hopefully fill soon enough when I have a moment to actually deal with my stream, which will be Much easier now. I mean, I was very preoccupied with some things in real life earlier this year, so didn't really have time to work on anything with my stream other than just playing the games. Oh, well. Try to actually build up some semblance of a subscriber base and get some decent rewards going again, which we haven't done in a long time. Whoops. And Natcat, it has been brought to my attention many times that we are in serious need of an overthinking emote of some sort, like some kind of indication that I'm overthinking. That apparently is a common situation to be in. That's not the right timing. We really need to rethink that. I don't think that's a cycle we should be going for. Either that or I'm just much too late on the first jump. Haven't quite found what I want with that just yet. And that cat you're saying, is that not overthinking? Well, I guess it could be. It's a very multi-purpose expression. But we'll see, we've got a lot of things to potentially fill here. Overthinking, underthinking, or not thinking. I mean, these things are not mutually exclusive. They could all be happening at the same time. And welcome back, CGD, etc. Okay. Let's let this swing. Oh, whoops, no. Completely failed to watch the pendulum here. CGD, etc. Yeah, well, I mean, how else would you like it to be pronounced, right? Okay, let's get over here, pop this, and go. Whoops. What do I picture an overthinking emote looking like? That's the thing, is that, you know, we... it's hard to convey something in such a compact form in some ways, although I say it as somebody who's not an artist, so, you know, maybe there's an elegant solution to that. Possibly with an existing Nintendo character, like a, I don't know, EGAT or something, but, you know, it's hard to determine what looks like overthinking as opposed to just thinking. We'll see, huh? And then we might, you know, have some Scrabble-related emotes again, but then I'd actually have to play that game again. I haven't actually streamed Scrabble in the longest time, as the Scrabble players in my viewer community remind me very often. Kind of massively overdue to start playing again. But okay. Clara giving us a shrug. Appropriately so. Down we go. Okay, so this thing here. I mean, there is a marker for where the pendulum will go, but I don't think that's actually going to be a jumping location. We do need to get ahead of it, so... That's almost it. If we land and then spin immediately, that might work, but I feel like I'm slightly too slow for that to happen. I'm not sure I know what the math lady is, Luca, now that you mention it, but if it apparently looks like Claire Danes, then who knows? But yeah, we'll get some emotes in some form soon enough. I'll have to look that up after the fact. I haven't updated my channel points, rewards, and ages as well, so we should probably expand that somehow. But yeah, it feels like a long time since I've actually done anything with my stream other than just played on it, so I'm kind of overdue to polish up the bells and whistles, catch up on a year or two of feature creep on Twitch that I totally am out of date on. Whoops. So we still have the same sticking point on this level. We'll just need to get back to it and see if we can find the right timing. Feature creep like the rewind feature. The rewind feature? Is there a rewind feature? See, I have no idea what's going on Twitch nowadays, so... Admittedly, last year I wasn't even watching that much Twitch. Rewind to stream 2 minutes. You mean from the viewer's side, or... Oh, instead of having to dig up the VOD and everything? Yeah, they've changed a couple of things in the back end. I kept messing around with things like the tag system as well, where... Now everything is self-tagged, but it's a little bit annoying because you can't actually have the space character in the tag, and so everything is just this unreadable mess. Because I know that we're fooling around with that for the longest time and trying to give people additional like nationality tags and everything, and they realize, whatever, we'll just let you specify your own thing. I can't really keep up with the changes. I just know that for the most part, Twitch has just been dumping more ads on my viewers. Because such is the life of being a small to mid-sized affiliate on Twitch, isn't it? Your viewers have to soak up all the ad spam, and you don't even get that much of benefit out of it. Oops. Anyway, let's go down. And yeah, CGD, that's effectively what Supernova did. I mean, he didn't wait for 10k followers, but he actually could have had a pretty healthy subscriber base long before now. He only turned on affiliate status this month, despite qualifying for it at least a year or two ago, if not more. While everybody was kind of itching to reward him with subscriptions. I wonder if I can bounce on it and ahead of it. I was very close to a good timing for it last time. Like if I kind of bounced back here, then we can kind of wind up and get in close. Whoops, not that close. More ads for Jesus to feed us larvae, yeah. Larvae feed on plant matter, small beetles and other insects, and sometimes even their own skin. You know, Captain Redbeard, next time I play one of your escape rooms and encounter some kind of knowledge check, we'll just ask the bot first and see what happens. Okay, seems like I've been here a while, haven't I? I guess I still haven't found a comfortable pocket for that one timing later on. Okay, here we go. Whoop, nope, slipped off a little early. Your friend spent too long yesterday convincing ChatGPT that 1 + 2 = 3. I mean, it's a language model, not a mathematical model, so. You got 2 more escape rooms in the works. Yeah, I'm still many behind, actually. I've still got many to go. That was definitely a reading the chat death, incidentally. Okay. Let's swing over here. Well, we are slipping a little bit here. You got to simulate being a search engine with fake search results. Basically tell it pretend to be a search engine, or something like that. Okay, we should just keep the timing that we had earlier. I don't see why I'm rushing this all of a sudden. And let's swing over this way. And this way. Okay, same timing as before, we'll just follow it out. And we'll just be quick about this one. Now here's a test. We still haven't passed. Hang on. It detected example.com as an ad. Let me see if I can unblock the message or something. That's okay. I mean, yeah. Sorry, the link detection just got tripped. You were saying, anyway, that you needed to give it extremely clear examples and instructions for every case. How about a brie burger with garlic, shallot, aioli, and arugula on a brioche bun? Yeah, we should just get Claire GPT to start mixing drinks for us or something. That would be invigorating, possibly. Oh, nope. Still don't have this. I think we actually need the forward momentum of going off the platform. We shouldn't hang around on a spiny, even though it looks like it tightens up my timing a little bit. Yeah, a good burger making behavior should go rewarded, so. That legitimately sounds like a good burger. A mixed drink with only 2 ingredients. Well, gin, basil smash. Basil smash, I guess. 2 ounces of gin and a few leaves of fresh basil muddled and topped with tonic water. Does that count as 2? I mean, I guess, you know, you wouldn't qualify to water as an ingredient. Refreshingly delicious. Yeah, close enough. Whoops, bumped my head. Huh. Yeah, I feel like I still haven't found a comfortable timing for the place where we're stuck. We'll find it eventually, but whether it can be something that's consistently comfortable is, of course, something we'll have to find out the hard way. Let's pop this and go down. It's exactly the style of obstacle that tends to give me trouble, these longer timing patterns. I noticed from having also had trouble with a lot of other chomp timing levels in the past. Whoops. That. These longer timing windows tend to be troublesome for me. Let's try it again. There we go. Okay. Let's go here. Oh, that was dangerous looking. Maybe we should be jumping over it. Let's do a height check quickly. Nah, I don't like where we'd have to land after that, though. Is there somewhere where I can duck? Or maybe I spin over it in the middle section. Elderflowers all over the place in the UK document is excellent. I used to have elderflower beverages all the time. It is, in fact, quite wonderful, and I miss it. Vodka and elderflower Collins. 2 ounces. Vodka and 3 ounces of elderflower liqueur, topped with club soda and garnished with a lemon twist. It seems like a world apart from gin, and certainly matches the prompt. Yeah, I don't know if there's another name for it or something in the US, or if it's just not in the US. But I actually miss elderflower beverages quite a bit. Oops. There we go. Finally activated that. Let's go down. Let's find the next cycle here. There we go. Oh, no. That was a bad timing to go down. I didn't really prepare myself adequately, so... Why not just jump to the middle when the chomp is in the right, and then spin jump on it as it comes back? I was thinking of spin jumping in the middle. I don't know if I... It does look like I should have enough room for it. Because I was already considering that last attempt, and I just didn't manage to make it happen, so... But it feels like it should be something that is easier to execute than I'm making it look, and... That would certainly be one answer. Instead of just trying to rush it the whole time. Okay, let's let us swing around once more. Over we go. Same idea over here. We'll take this down. Okay, let's actually wait a little more patiently this time so we can guarantee this shot, and then... Yeah, given its swinging position in the middle, we should be able to spin over it, but it's going to be a little tight. Oh, we can totally do it. It's not tight at all, in fact. Why don't we just do it like this in the first place? Like a sensible person. That wasn't that bad at all. Okay, now Spiny's down. Then we just chase this down, and then look at that, we're out. Into a checkpoint, finally. So, we took way too long on that one. That was a simple answer. There's an intended way that you like approaching this section that I'm stuck on, but this is built to let you figure out your own timing. Yeah, we need a star, obviously. And Meng giving us the Dancing Mario to mean that Meng's record on this is nowhere near being touched. You know, I see this big scrolling segment to the left, document, and I had to kind of think to myself, wait a minute, this is not going to be global music. Because I just associate that so closely with global music at this point. Look at this guy. Pull up like that. Ooh, look at that. Beautiful curls. Down the left we go. Guess that's the benefit of the night theme long chomp. CGD, this is by document. The glitch mechanism that you used to have in place was perfect for this. So what was the glitch mechanism now that we're far enough that you can potentially explain? Redbeard, thank you so much for the sub. Much appreciated. All these viewers resubscribing now that I'm not playing Fire Emblem all the time anymore. Whoa. Here we go. Okay. We shouldn't do that. That's a little too risky. And Captain Redbeard, you got to go to bed? Yeah, have a good night. And best wishes with the escape rooms in progress. You used a hyperspeed cannon glitch to trap the player and then scroll really quickly to the left to preload the swinging chomps. Yeah. Because I guess here you're relying on the player to actually run left, but using the star as a timing check, perhaps. Nice when you can just get the level to behave instead, though. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we should have written that up. I only just noticed that part of the swing pattern as we died, so. Yeah, it's too bad a lot of the, well, all of the glitch detection and deletion is just so opaque. But, you know, that's pretty much complaint number one about this game at this stage, so. I kind of agree that having people voluntarily delist themselves from Endless would have been a very elegant solution. Whoops, no. Chomp just staring at me forever, just did a fake out. Yeah, I figured it was something like that. This was a big preload segment just to get the timings to work out properly without being dependent on the player's camera position scrolling forward. So you actually have the synchronizations match up nicely. There we go. Oh, I guess we'll stomp over here. Okay, Swamp's going to trap me in this area, and we just take one jump at a time. Oh, nope, we don't want to get smacked by this guy. Oops. Had a lot going on there to read, and then we just kind of choked, but we'll continue. Anyway. Yeah, so that's how the star works as a timing check, just to enforce that you're going to go at full speed, otherwise you don't make it out of there alive. At least you don't have a lot of leeway. No, nope. Bad idea. That was a safe position to just stay low, so we should have done so. And down we go. That's a very satisfying up curl. It's like the chomp is flexing at us. Oh, whoops. What did I say about that being a safe position? Yeah, I will not be too complacent on the way over. Oops. Hang on. Okay, down we go. And we'll hitch a ride. Okay, a bit of a snap decision there, but we made it. As we did here as well, the timing should work out nicely once we let everything swing. Let's not let that guy toss anything. And correct position, bad timing. I think it should be safe to stay in that position where you're allowed to stand before the jump, but we'll see if that's the case. Up we go. Whoops. Spot is totally safe, but it feels like it should be so unsafe. Yeah, because I'm watching the chains the whole time, right? I was thinking that, you probably did choose that particular square as a safe zone, but there is definitely a bit of an impulse to keep moving. Oh, whoops. So many swinging chains passing through you, and of course previous boxes, like the one where I just died, turning out to be quite unsafe. But yeah, I was looking at that spot where I was dying and thinking, yeah, that looks like it should probably be okay given the chain positioning, but that's the sort of thing you think about when you've already committed to a bad jump. You're halfway in the air. Oh, whoops. Anyway, forward we go. And we'll get on board. Okay. And up we go. Let's not die to the bones either. That would be very unfortunate. Well, we were just a little bit late. The synchronization from one chomp to the next should be fine. I knew my entry to the first one felt late, even as I was doing it, though. Yeah, NatCat, I know that command is in the documentation. I wonder if it actually works in the current version. Okay. So these jumps cycle over faster than I expect because there are multiple jumps that head towards the same position. I mean, you can't spin if you're on the note block, right? Yes, you can. Why did I think you couldn't? But you can't get much height out of it. That's not really useful. Unless you spin in a low position as every chomp is coming up. I think you would die to that, though. But it does look like you're supposed to, like, maybe... well, the marker's just telling where the chomps are going. It's not necessarily telling you that you can spin there. You're pretty proud of the pacing of this level. Everything is cycle-based, so you can sit and inspect every obstacle. Yeah. But for the most part, it's possible to one-cycle everything. Yeah, considering how much camera movement there is in the vertical section and how much there is going on here, it does feel like we get a lot of rest stops too. breather and inspect what's next. Okay, this is going to go up. Okay, looked a bit dangerous, but thankfully wasn't. Not really. Stop this guy, and then watch this timing. Down here, and then let's see what's going on. I think we're supposed to go over. Just, yeah. We need to be a lot faster than that. That was a bit of a slow adjustment. But the middle section is totally safe to a normal jump, which is something we should keep in mind. Okay, here we go. Bit of a quick bop on the jump there, and that has been working out well. Yeah, chains everywhere. Let's watch the next cycle instead. Nope. Bad timing. Thought we were safe to go, and we could have inspected that just a little bit longer while bouncing on the note block. Feels like we've been on this for a while, but it was mostly that obstacle near the end of the previous section that was sticking me for a while. That's actually a pretty smooth ascent. Anyway, down we go. Let's watch for the next one. And let's watch this timing a little more carefully this time. Okay. And then we do 2 jumps like that. That works. Jump on a spiny, and then how do we spin on a rest? I think we need to get above the swing so we can take the top one. That was correct the first time, I just didn't react to it quickly enough to stomp on the Koopas on the right side. I was hoping I could get it on a second cycle and repeat what we did, because clearly we're supposed to catch the top chomp on the swing over, but we did need to learn that. I'll try to get back to it cleanly. Okay, so that works. Very springy. Nope. You always have to remember that it's not some kind of full cycle. It's actually a half cycle, because there are the 2 sets of 4 chomps that are swinging symmetrically. And that's one of the reasons that I've been estimating the timing there poorly, is because I'm thinking about it as full swing. It's going to be half that. Okay. There we go. And let's wait for the next cycle just to give ourselves a comfortable margin of error. Again, let's watch this timing. It's going to be half swings. And then jump, hit, jump. Nope, a little bit too late. I should have settled my position in the middle first, just to get the timing to line up. And it's going to be hit on one cycle and go up in the next cycle. There we go. Then let's wait over here, and there we go. Okay, let's settle in first. And up. Nope, poor adjustment there. I knew I had the timing right, but the momentum control was not really in my favor. I did have what I thought was a full bounce coming off the top chop, but things didn't quite work out. Okay, we'll take this down. Whoops, nope. A little bit over eager that time on a relatively simple obstacle. Okay, let's go down. And we'll wait for the next swing right here. Nope. We really should reposition ourselves first vertically before we just gun it over. Anyway, wait for it. And down we go. Same idea here, we'll just wait for the next one. So we can build up some anticipation. Okay, that's good. Reposition. Nope. We get stuck, we'll stay in just to make sure we can get up there cleanly. Okay, there we go. Mecha. What's going on here? Lots of open space. That's very suspicious. Oh, rocket boots. Okay. Well, why don't we just knock these guys out? Or is that a bad idea if we need to stop them? Oh, it's the goal. Okay. We'll take it. Because I was thinking, well, I mean, there's no way you would just give me destructible chomps if I actually needed to stomp on them, so... We cleared it. That took me a while. We're not exactly approaching Mang's record on this, but I will take it. Thank you so much, Document. Glad to catch up on that one at last, and yeah, like I was saying, I did not play it originally, so... Glad to finally settle that little bit of ambiguity here. Look at that, just under 10,000 attempts. Somebody else here in chat just needs to give it a go and get it to 10,000 or so with almost a perfect 1% on this, which I almost certainly lowered. Yeah, we'll do a little bit more. Redox, since you're here, do you have something relatively short that you want to show me? I actually have your code here in case you drop by, because I know you've came in a little too late for the viewer queue a few times, so... I don't want to be staying too long today, but if you have a relatively gentle one, we'll do it. Bombalicious. 30 seconds, 2 coins equals long jump, and we'll be fast. Very recent upload too. You've really been on a tear lately with a lot of uploads, so... And that Document, it's always my pleasure to record, and thank you so much once again for the sub as well. Honestly, it's good content in this game that keeps me interested in playing and going through any older omissions that I may have inadvertently skipped during some busy seasons. Down arrow equals ground pound. We will try to keep that in mind, Redox. Oh, okay. We kick and we continue, yeah. Long jump here, that's right. Okay, oh, we got a little bit stuck there. We'll redo it. Just need to get into the pace of these levels, as usual. And then, right, I needed to go down and then wall jump up and kick. This looks like it was supposed to be a long jump, just 2 coins were destroyed by the explosion. And we just keep on kicking the bomb all the way down. And then the pipe is going to keep it alive, which is why the single bomb is going to last for a 30-second level. We need to fall in, yeah. I keep wall jumping there when we actually just need to fall in below. Oh, down below here. Okay, it was a missed kick. Let's just scout ahead anyway. Let's just see what happens. Because we need 2 bombs at this point. That's why we needed not to fail the first kick. That's already a good chunk of the ways through the level, so as long as we juggle both, we're fine. Nope, a little bit too late there. We do need to send it up the pipe consistently. Before we get into too much trouble. And the bombs get replaced. So yeah, we need to land in this location and jump into it. Oh, ground pound. Yeah, I see. That's why you were warning me about that. Shields are welcome. I'm doing alright. Hope everything has been well on your end. The trolling has been plentiful. Oh, a little bit ahead of the timing. Ground pound once again. Shows you how well I read indications. When I was explicitly warned about this ahead of time. Oh, okay, we tried it, we just came in a bit low. Oh, whoops. Yeah, probably a full jump into that location and ground pound as I'm landing. I think it is going to proceed that first jump that's demarcated by the 1 coin. There we go. We want to get up here quickly. Not quickly enough. We lost a bit of time on the ground pound, and we just need to be aware of that. I need to jump out of it quickly, and unlike actual 3D World, ground pound plus jump does not give you a high jump. Whoops. It came in a bit low once again. We'll fix it. Shields are... I'll see how much time I have at the end of this one. I'm not formally running a queue, but we might have time to do one of yours. In fact, I would add a little bit of variety. We haven't really done a troll today, so we'll see how I'm doing for time. Oh, whoops. Yeah, because maybe I can stay for a little bit, but... Whoops. Hang on. But yeah, mostly just having a bit of a relaxed catch-up stream. Okay, we're a bit slow on that, as usual. Yeah, maybe we need to cancel out of that. Ground pound and jump. I am trying to do it, but... Yeah, because you should be able to jump at a moment of contact. I'm just stalling a little bit too long. Oh, wrong way. Yep. I know what I'm supposed to do, I'm just failing to do it. There we go. Kick snap up. Whoops, missed that. That's just a wall jump and a push. And we make contact with the bomb twice. Okay. You just have to be pretty snappy about the jump. Okay, there we go. Very nicely timed. Look at all that. Did we make it? Nope. We're a little slow. Not sure where we were losing time there. Probably on the wall jumps as usual. Slightly slow, even though we got the bombs down. We might have been gaining a little too much height on the ground pounds as well, so I'll try to optimize a bit. Whoops. That's a bit of a slip up. Yeah, we'll try to find some time saves here and there, but, you know, we've seen the whole level at this point. We know how it's going to go. I think I am just going a little too high into some of the compounds. Oh, whoops. Missed the wall jump again. Okay, we'll try to... And let's see. Moment of truth. And I don't think that registered. I think that's a death. Not the first time we've had one of those. Not even the first time we've had one of those on a Redux level, now that I think about it. Roll into those final pipes. Yeah. I was thinking that, you know, I definitely slow down quite a bit on the pipe exit. I should have considered that. Whoops. We did shave a couple of frames that time at least, but clearly some room for improvement. Yeah, nice snappy wall jumps will make all the difference here. Whoa, whoops, nope, bad idea. Let's try to roll it instead. I slammed into that. Let's not get too fancy. Let's see if we can just optimize the existing timing. Because I felt like I was making improvements on the majority of the level already, so... Whether that's actually the case, we'll find out, but whoops. Bit of a miss there. Came in a little too far to the left. Okay. Let's do this. Yeah, let's just write it out. 5 seconds upon that entry. Let's see how we're doing. Yes, got it. Okay, Shieldsir, if you have the code that you want to send me, that'll be great. Maybe not something too long today, but I know that your levels tend to be pretty well paced from what I remember, so I'm sure you can find something appropriate. Yeah, because I'll probably stay at least another half hour or so, at least. I also forgot to unpin the earlier code. Let's pin something new. Whoops. So yeah, if you have your code, then we can look at something at least. Yeah, if you have something timed for an hour, you know, we can still take a look at least. I don't know if I'll finish it necessarily, but I don't mind. Okay. And I'll just pin your code as well. Can I download? Oh, because if it's a coordinated upload, yeah. Let's see if I can grab it. In case you think it's going to be a Nintendo deletion or something, yeah. We can do that. It will just preclude me from looking at more info. Ocean of fun surprises. Yeah. Sorry, I might have to hide my core spot in case we have testing going on. Oh no, I cleared out the top few rows, so we'll do that. Love the ducks, by the way. Little rubber duckies. Okay. Had to strategically hide the mess in my core spot. Shove it under the rug. Leave the top few rows as stream friendly. Troll, no lies here. Well, let's see. Yeah, Nintendo takes it down within an hour. Yep, that's fine. Okay, so no need to pin the code then. Let me just remove that. Thumbnail is the best part of this level. I mean, it sets a pretty high bar. What is this? Not a fish. What is this? Well, let's see. Ocean of fun surprises. You say, oh, that's interesting. Yeah. I'm not totally up to speed on some of the glitch meta, and so fun surprises indeed. We'll see quite a few of them. But we'll just test something systematically just to see that we know what's going on. And I wonder about that. Whether that collision remains as is. Like we do this. Also, well, let's not do that, but I was thinking I might check the yellow pipe as well. Just so we know what's going on. Okay, that dunks on you. Wonder if that's dodgeable, except if it is, then you don't really get access to that yellow afterwards, so might not be a point in doing so. Okay, swamp comes down. Fish comes down. This is a surprisingly safe place to stand. Naturally, we'll take blue first because there's no arrow. That activates the switch, and then look at the bomb not kill anything. Well, what happens when we... Oh, I see. Okay. Is this lethal? It probably is. Yeah. Broken tracks, etc. go over your head. Yeah, exactly. We've seen a couple of examples, but... a lot of present-day troll content is stuff that I have no clue about from the maker's perspective, and so, you know, I can't really reverse engineer much of that in my head, so... Okay, let's stand to the left. There we go. So, one-up's over there. Maybe we're just supposed to run through and kick the bomb then. And there will be a particular timing window when this opens up, but this hasn't yet fallen down. Maybe not. Let's see here. Because if you take this, I think that just stalls you. I don't think that does anything useful. Let's launch some fireworks. Yeah, I think we just run for it. That's all it is. Okay. Saw an in-depth video on how it works and it's crazy. Yeah, I can permit a link here. You can also send it by the Discord. It's a little easier for me to find afterwards since I won't be watching it on stream. But if you need to link it, I can just make sure you've got link permission up and running. Or DM it or whatever. Anything's fine. I'm, like I said, not up to speed on tech. Yeah, we should just run. I do still need to toss the bomb and drop it, but then that position seems like it's going to be okay. Or I can just kick it, maybe. Whoops. You see, you call this an ocean of fun surprises, and thus far it is not even an ocean, so... no lies detected. I guess there's a fish. That's too close. We needed to fire it to the left. Just toss it. Send it way out of here. Except then it won't be within range for the on-off switch now, would it? That's going to be the on-off trigger. Yeah, because I've got that. Then we get sniped by the muncher. Then we'll see what happens after that. But yeah, I suppose if I leave the bomb in place, it will still act as the state trigger. And that might work. Oh, whoops. We knew that. I think one finds oneself saying that a lot in a troll level. I knew that. I knew that was going to happen. We just did it again for the style points. Oh, whoops. And a bit of a run would be nice here too, but... You know, we could just up-throw it. We could just up-throw it up to the cloud. That would have resolved things completely, instead of just trying to leave it in place. Everything of fun surprises, and people are always asking, where's Ocean, so... Yeah, I kind of remember that titling scheme from some of the earlier levels. Oh, did I just leave that too long, or... Was this an interaction that was hidden that I just didn't pay attention to? Let's take a look. After we're finished with getting chomped by that. It's almost too bad that A, we don't have Porcupuffers in the non-3D world styles, and then B, we can't have Porcupuffers just get launched around like this because... Okay, so there's something that definitely breaks at points. So maybe we shouldn't be doing that. Can't exactly see systematically what's going on. But yeah, you know, it seems like it would have been quite natural for not only trollfish to be dropped everywhere, but for them to devour Mario whole while they're at it. It would have been very stylish. Sadly, we haven't done it. Let's actually check the green pipe for once. There's nothing. Okay. I was wondering about that. Okay, Muncher is here. That's just a trap. I mean, I knew the Muncher was coming, so I probably should have seen that, but we didn't really have a camera view up here, so... I guess we just slide to the right instead. One fish goes down. Now, do we hop? Yes, we do, but we would need to hang right. Seems a little timing dependent. Oops. Okay, let's put this down. No, whoops. Let's not send it over there either. I can throw the bomb up after the one-up indicator. Okay, yeah, I suppose because it's the one-up line that is causing the collision. Yeah. I don't think I would have necessarily determined that myself, so... That makes a lot more sense. Okay, that's fine. Assuming I should grab the mushroom, let's see what happens here. I was trying to cling onto the vine, but something didn't quite work about that. There's a rather no Yoshi indicator in the bottom right. Let's see what that's all about. Okay. That's right, except we might just need to get out of there a little more quickly. Let's see what kind of adjustment to make. That was a lot of information to take in at once, so we'll try it again. Yeah, interesting that I was able to survive that. earlier. I didn't know if the Yoshi recovery was supposed to be part of the intended sequence. But we made it once. Okay. Yeah, we need to jump out of him immediately as we're falling. And I do see where to do that and when to do that. That we're not really supposed to get bounced to the left. And climb back on. Okay, that's gonna go down. Yeah, a lot of the execution does feel quite natural, except I need to watch out for stuff like that, obviously. Whoops. Whoops. Overshot slightly. Okay. Well, execution-wise, most of this should be pretty consistent at this stage, so... Oh, whoops. I was hanging right there for a moment. Let go prematurely. Let the thwomp do its job, and then... let's give this a toss. Okay, just a bit of a gentle entry. Now, I don't know if entering here with or without a piece of which will affect anything, but... So, apparently we don't do that. Yeah, you're saying it flows relatively well once you know what you're doing exactly. That's always ideal, I think, to not have too much in the execution, since you're going to be repeating so much anyway in the course of a troll maze. And Mario, there's some kind of walk through a wall glitch here. That's signaled right at the beginning of the level because this hard block that I'm standing on here is not actually a hard block. Or it doesn't behave as one. So yeah, this is a level that has been removed after being temporarily uploaded because some of these central mechanics definitely get nuked by Nintendo for relatively obvious reasons. Since it is glitch-based. Oh, no, we shouldn't have done that. Okay. There we go. Hang right. Yeah, we need to not activate that. And was quite careful about it on one of the previous jumps, but... It's a glitch blocked. A quarter way merged with a block either left, bottom left, or below it. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not up to speed with a lot of this stuff at all, so very new experience for me as well. Same with the 1-ups just now. Nope, too high. Well, we got through that just fine before. We know it's coming. Oops. I have to remember to wait. Has to go left of the fish, yeah. Given the parachute position, I'm beginning to see that might be the case. Okay, over here we go. Toss. Okay, that works. Now let's see. Okay, so I don't want to go too high. I mean, I think I actually died to the goom waking up at that point. If I'm not mistaken, so... I do need to dispose of it at some point, but probably not the up throw. That is marked. Okay, through here. Oh, it's not the wake up yet at that point, I think. It's something obstructing. Do need to let go of the goom at some point, especially if we want to spin jump or something. Okay, hang right. Yeah, we want to keep it. We just need to not get stuck. Okay. Looks like I'm locked in. We just need to not activate this on the left then. Because slightly out of view, the ceiling is constrained there. Oops. Okay, that's gonna come down. Let's try it again. CP in the next room? Well, we'll see. Need to make it there first. Hang left. I mean, okay. I suppose we should have stayed below until the P-switch expiry, so we wouldn't get trapped there. Seems like the adjustment we should be making. Yeah, that's all fine. keep it. Okay, so we do need a P-switch. And we do need it the first time. Because the P-switch is on top of a P-block that will activate, so we can step on it safely with no worries. Oh, let's see. Wait for this. Toss, toss, toss. Anyway. Yeah, so we just step on it. Move over here until the P-switch expiry. And hope it works. Okay, good. Okay, so we got punched, but we're okay. Anyway, pipe fake out through the ice block. Okay. Mostly to prevent side damage, I think, from each of these spike balls. Okay, we'll just get up and learn the timing again. I mean, it's pretty clearly an anti-soft lock game anyway, just to keep the checkpoint, so... Right, because the object is to get into the spike over there. Yeah, we might be here a while, but... we'll just try to make the best of it. It'd be nice to do even the standard looking jumps though. And to hit all these moving targets. Yeah, we don't want to go too high into that. Nope. Yeah, you would think it would eventually hit one of those, but... nope. Still not quite the right pocket of timing. That's a miss. Well, there's a bit of an extra obstacle there at the end. still got 250 seconds of timeout, so. Quite a lot of horizontal control that he's doing. Okay, let's see if we can fix this up. Got reasonably close on one attempt. Yeah, my general attitude to anti-softlock games that will do them once. Might be under that one up to. Well, basically, justify the switch to a lot of video content. It's we might be here a while yet. Okay, let's try it again. Nope. That's a lot of flowers that you're just munching on at this point. Nope. Yeah, next time we'll just restart into this. Nope. Nope, still not aiming that correctly. Nope. Anyway, we'll just stick with it until we figure out what's going on. Yeah, we burnt most of the 500-second allocation on this. But that's why I don't tend to play anti-softlocks very much. I'd like to see if I can beat it once, but that's probably all. Nope. Bit of a tight fit. Nope. Well, we made it to the final jump a few times, but that's about as far as it's been. How do I know there will be next time? I don't. Given that the checkpoint setup could be quite a bit different. Well, we're going to time out. We're not actually going to beat this. So the question is, if I can remember where the entrance was so we can avoid it. But anyway, we'll get some kind of spawn at checkpoint, and maybe that'll be something interesting. Alright, so for that, we're not getting that one done. Okay, so GG in a manner of speaking. Okay, so it sends you back in. That's what we were avoiding. But possibly that's progress in its own way. Except we do need to be big here to get through. Okay. Nope, that's the anti-softball game. I'm probably just gonna restart. Oh, we're reasonably close. We'll make a few attempts, but that's it. Yeah, we're gonna restart. I would rather start over than sit through that. That's general policy with anti-softbox. Yeah, probably shouldn't hold down there. All these habits. Oh, whoops. Pretty simple vine climb. Anyway, I'm just gonna go down. We knew that. And like I said, I thought we knew that many times over, but I guess that's what happens when you do a full restart after having seen this in a while. But yeah, we'll be back on our feet in no time. Interesting cheap placement there. But we made it. Okay, we'll wait. And Keyshawn, welcome. Nope, we shouldn't hold into that one either. Because we will lose the mushroom, unfortunately, and that's going to be it. Okay, tap this. Nope. What did we say? So yeah, difficult to break some of these direction holding habits. Okay, question block that comes with that, I see. That's the first time I've seen that clearly, instead of having it disguised by the icicle. Let's wait it out. And then, here we are. Everything here seems fine. We'll stall over here, and CP1 is going to come back to us fairly easily. Now let's be careful with the floor this time. Nope, once again. We dodged that just fine the first few times. I guess after a little while, I'm just going to be a troll memory check. Okay, made it through that. Do we tap? I guess we must. And it reverses, interesting. Okay, we actually did need to push through here. We'll see what the input is like for the key entry. Yeah, so just hang right after that. So I didn't press anything that time. I wasn't exactly sure what the path would be like for that, but because there is that pause before it reverses. Nope. Can't really let your attention flag even for a moment. Floor to the right. Oh, you mean by the key door? I suppose that would make sense. As long as we don't fail every memory check along the way. Anyway, down we go. And it's funny how many of these we dodged early on. Several ways into the ante. Yeah, I can tell just given the pipe layout. Okay, let's wait. Oh, this is fairly straightforward. We'll activate, and we'll make it to CP1. Everything with the hard blocks here is awfully suspicious. I let go and everything, but repressed too soon. Just aesthetics, you're saying? Yeah, pretty much. Nope. Burns quite a bit of time. Oops. Yeah, we'll see how much further I can stay. To get in a bit further, it would be nice to do so while this is still fresh. Wait, how was I so late? Okay. Reaction time error. And yeah, once again, a lot of additional complications that we're reviving out of nothing. Yeah, once under the block. Well, I know that. That's how we succeeded previously, but... Okay, let's try it again. Well, maybe a bit more attentively. And we need to dodge both the thwomp and the fish. Okay. And yeah, we knew that. It was just from so long ago at this point. As usual, we need to redo quite a bit. Oh, boy. The tension level might be flagging a bit here. Okay. And, yeah. I think I'm at the point where I'm starting to lose my reaction time quite a bit, though. Oh. Wait for the fish. Everything comes down, we hang right. Nope. It's pretty late where I am, yeah. I mean, it's pretty typical for me to stream this late as well, so it's not a surprise, but... Yesterday I had a really rough puzzle stream where I just got to a certain point where I wasn't solving anything. And fatigue was almost certainly a big part of that. It was kind of unusually bad for me. I mean, I've always been pretty nocturnal, so lateness is not necessarily the issue. Reaction time is starting to fail, though. And yeah, I guess that's why you don't see people doing 24-hour streams that are all puzzles or something. It is kind of an undertaking. I'll go back in the ante. I wish I'd heard about that first. Oh, still got more coming. Cameras down below. Pretty close call, either way. Okay. This red pipe does not look good. We know where red pipes go in this level. Yeah, this is too long. I'm not doing this for 470 seconds. We can make one attempt at that. And you know what? We almost made it. Almost. Whoops. No, not exactly GG yet. Depending on whose perspective is being taken. Anyway. Nope. I was holding left, I just came in late on that. Nope, I was trying to back off, and again, just slow reaction time. Oops. Okay, that's fine. Right. Anyway, let's ride it out. Left. Okay. Let's wait. Kind of lost attention for a moment while we checkpoint. That's okay. We use the timer reset anyway. Okay, made it back here at least. And then we got dunked anyway. We got dunked anyway. One attempt. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, let's try to clean this up a bit. Okay, let's wait. Oh, whoops. What do we miss? Yeah, memory has to stay pretty sharp for every segment here to track of everything as we go. Anticipate a few extremely obvious obstacles that we've seen many times before. Whoops. Okay. There we go. Nope. Well, lots to clean up. Hang on. We know it's there. We know the fish is there too. In theory, I shouldn't get antied again. Well, theory is one thing. Practice is another. Okay, we'll wait. Okay. And that's more or less straightforward when we actually get things to behave. Okay, just about to get back to CP1. You're way too long. Oh, whoops. Shouldn't just stand there. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Okay. Hammer first. How did I keep getting dunked here? What is the thing that is dunking me? Oh, it's just a block. We'll make an attempt. Okay. Nope. Nope. Okay. Takes a while to get back. But we'll try it. Okay, hang right on both accounts. It's done. Okay, over to checkpoint soon, I hope. Okay, now we can go. Nope, once again. Okay, let's pop this. Okay, that went relatively smoothly. Okay. Nope. One surprise at a time. No, this is correct. I kind of hesitated for a moment. I'm trying to remember what state we were in. Okay, hammer first. So we could hit that, but I think we might actually just want to go down. Nope. Well then. Okay, that's done. Nope. Okay. Let's do one more round, at least. But next time I get dunked into the anti-soft lock, I think we actually do have to call it. I'd love to go back and finish some time. I'll definitely leave it in my core spot. Although if you have further revisions, we can eventually grab those too. it is going to be a little bit of time before I can come back to this because, like I said, we'll be busy with Tears of the Kingdom starting this week. But yeah, the resets are just a little bit on the long side for me to handle today. We'll try to make the best of it. Nope. Yeah, you haven't updated this in a long time? Yeah, I'll just leave it in the respond as is, probably. And yeah, very much looking forward to all that. I've been keeping pretty close to blind. I mean, I last saw one of the trailers last year, but I've been avoiding a lot of the more recent trailers or preview material. And so the plan is to go in as cold as possible and see what we discover. If it's anything like Breath of the Wild, it may be a few weeks before I even get into any kind of main quest or story. But we'll see how permissive this game will be about that. Much like Breath of the Wild, the final trailer got you excited for it? Yeah. Well, I mean, with Breath of the Wild as well, I realized early enough that I was going to play it anyway. I might as well discover as much of the experience I can for myself while I still can. But yeah, I expect it to be interesting. Whenever there's new Zelda, I often say I always look forward to whatever the controversial part or design decision will be. Okay. Yeah, you don't think you'd stream it? I'm a little wary about it. Yeah, because on one hand I don't want to be spoiled, but on the other hand I really do want to have a record of what I'm doing, since Breath of the Wild was such a personalized experience when it came to where you were going. I just wound up keeping a personal diary and taking hundreds of screenshots instead. Capture card lets me do something similar with the experience much more efficiently, so we'll see how it goes. And yeah, I knew the mole was there. Zelda and Metroid for you, personal experience, yeah. Well, that's the thing. I mean, I think one of the things that Breath of the Wild benefited from quite a bit was just a sense of serenity in a way, where you could really enjoy quiet moments in that game in a way that you can't in most video games. Where you just kind of go for a ride, fool around in the world. So, like I said, we'll see how well the streaming goes, and that'll determine whether I stick with it. And it's the same Cheap Cheap over here. I just don't know what to do with it. Yeah, I think given that I still haven't figured out that obstacle, we might have to bail pretty soon. Hammer's gonna go. Seesaw over here, okay. We did not hit the fish, right? Now we're through. Spike over here. Hold left and avoid the fish. Let's see. Whoops, a little late on that. Went a bit cautiously. Whoops. Didn't think I'd get caught, but things still happen from time to time. Alright, let's see about this. Hold left, you're saying. Oh, that's within destruction range. No. And that's going to be it for this attempt. Okay, let's see. Hammer first. All this. Yeah, hence the holding left first, I see. I think I didn't know that. Really elaborate. This whole thing. Okay. Let's take another crack at it. Go and grab this. I mean, yeah, this is a lot to read at once. It's going to take quite a few attempts. I think I have to call it at this point. Like I said, it is in a core spot. I know where it is, and the thing is, starting over from CP0 is no big loss. But thanks for sending us shield, sir. I wish I had more time for it. A one-screen troll contest. Not a bad idea. Yeah, that might be interesting. But we'll definitely mark this down in my file just to make sure we get back to it at some point. The resets, particularly the anti, are making this a little bit much for me to handle today. But have to admire those rubber duckies one last time. Okay, we're just going to do one more level today. And then we're going to call it. This will be the last one. And it is going to be thematically appropriate for what is likely going to be my last Mario stream before Zelda. And gradually, once we get a little deeper into Zelda, we'll see how much of that we stream and how much we get back to Mario Maker. There will be more Mario Maker at some point, but not this weekend. So this is a Tears of the Kingdom music level by Barnstorm, who previously did a gigantic multi-part remake of Breath of the Wild that we did play completely on the stream a little while ago. It's about a 1%, so we should have time to get through it and listen to the theme, and hopefully audio is still working well today without too many issues. Good time to familiarize ourselves with the music as well, assuming we're not thoroughly spoiled by this music level adaptation. No, let's slap that. Red Knight, welcome. Hope you're doing well, Red Knight. Steadily remembering how to do platforming after discovering yesterday that I don't remember how to do puzzles. At least not very well. This is Pegasus Dash, obviously. Red Knight, I didn't manage to stay up long enough to beat that puzzle yesterday. I can't even remember the last time I bailed on a Grikowski puzzle part way, but I was just much too tired to continue. And I was stuck in a bit of a loop when it came to things I was trying, so it was one of those situations where, you know, I knew I needed to take some time away from it to see it properly from scratch. As my solution was in a bit of a rut, so I plan to go back for it. Obviously, I have very close to 100% on Grikowski's puzzles, so no. Maybe we should be doing that a little faster. Yeah, you wish you could make music? It's a good skill to have. Okay, crisper jumps here and there. A little less airtime. We'll try to get ahead of the scroll a bit. Oops. Might still need to hit things, of course. Nope, lost it. Interesting pipe placement there, though. It almost looks like you could enter it if you really tried. Okay, I was a little slow in reacting to the ending of the Pegasus Dash there, so we'll see. Whoops. Coming in a bit low. Can you hear the rest of the song eventually? We'll get there someday. quick here. Gain a bit of time. In we go. Checkpoint. And here we're in the dark world. Or at least in the underground. I know there is going to be an underground in this game because that was the first trailer they showed, but who knows if there will be some kind of dark world equivalent. I've been avoiding spoilers very studiously, so. Oh, yeah, we actually needed to break that. I always forget which button to release. Yeah, now you're making me have doubts as well. Whoops. Let's stay on target. Yeah, with the instrument set here, doing the reversal is kind of an interesting effect. Oops. Ran right into that. Oops. I mean, we obviously needed to tap that, but poor reaction time here. No, I just need to kick it. It's not gonna be a bomb. Kick it and probably shield it. Hence the down arrow in the second segment. Nope, lost it. Let's continue. Arrow shot near the end, that would be the link suit control. By the looks of it. Nope, missed. Then you need the arrow shot in order to lower the blaster before boom booms come and swarm you. That's an interesting way to control the ending. I mean, it is going to be an SD lock either way, but at least it's going to be interesting in terms of how it adds a little bit of pressure if you fail to lower the gate with a link check. In fact, adds a bit of time pressure to get the arrow shot down correctly, even if you do still have the link costume at that moment. Okay, that was a bit of a close call, but got it. Okay, got out just in time. And look at that. mushrooms of the kingdom. Oh, flagpole right there. Okay, we'll take it. No opportunity to jump over it, I don't think. That's just going to be the exit. I don't think that was a makeout. Like, we would have seen the top of the flagpole, maybe, if... I don't know. Was that jumpable? I couldn't see if Divine was disguising the complete flagpole or not, but I suppose we can take a look at the layout and see what the height is like. Yeah, no, you can tell by the height that the flagpole is just there disguised under Divine. There's no real way to get to the remaining pipe there, so... Anyway, that's all for today. We got through a pretty sizable amount of content. I know we didn't quite finish the troll, but someday when we dedicate a bit more time to it, and we're able to solve things again, which has been a bit of a deficiency this week. Thank you so much for coming, all of you, and for those of you who brought some levels along to this casual, totally not viewer level stream. And we will see you in 2 days' time for Tears of the Kingdom. I know it unlocks for a lot of people on digital tomorrow, but I'm getting on a cart, so we'll be back for that. It will be the main thing we're running for a little while, but we'll deal in some Mario Maker bit by bit once we can find the attention to squeeze it back in. So, my pleasure as always to play such excellent content for this community, and best wishes to all of you for whatever you're doing, be it Zelda or more making or more playing or anything like that. Thanks so much for watching. We'll perhaps pick a raid target somewhere fairly soon. But in any case, have a wonderful week ahead of you. Open your eyes, and above all, fare thee well.